Calling our first finance agenda back to order. Sorry about that. We had some technical difficulties, but up next is Catholic Charities Hawaii.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Rob Van Tassel, and I'm the President and CEO at Catholic Charities Hawaii. We're a tax-exempt organization that's been doing services in Hawaii now for 77 years. We work with elders, children, families. We do mental health services, rental relief, transportation. We work with the seniors, pretty much the most vulnerable of our community. And like so many of my peers, some of whom you're going to hear from today, we're at a stress point, as Ryan just emphasized. And the crisis is now. During the pandemic, all of these organizations stepped forward, and they're the ones who provided that safety net for our community. Out there in Maui, most all of us were there as well right after the fires, and we'll be there for many, many years to come. But the unfortunate thing is that not all of our costs are paid for. We have to fund those costs from somewhere else right now. And as Ryan said, that's getting to be more and more difficult to do. The services that we're providing are services that we provide on behalf of the state. Many of our contracts come from the Department of Health, the Department of Human Services, and the judiciary. Yet we're unable to cover all of those costs through these contracts. Our missions are to serve, but we cannot recruit staff or continue to provide the services that we provide when the state has not increased the funding. Many of our contracts have not had any increases in 10 or 12 years. If we looked at those organizations from the for-profit sector, there's no way they would continue to provide the services without those kind of increases. So that's what we're here today to ask for, is so that we can continue to provide these services. We ask to have them fully funded, and the assurances that we can continue them will be provided to us, but most importantly to the people of Hawaii that we all want to serve. So we urge your committee to support these adequate funding increases to these three critical state departments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Betty Lou Larson. Do you want to testify as well? Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have Hawaii True Cost Coalition.
Hello, I'm Melissa Pavlicek. I'm here today on behalf of the True Cost Coalition. You'll hear from several of our members, and you have already. A couple of things I just wanted to add. Thank you very much for introducing this resolution and hearing it today. Last year, the legislature funded actuarial studies by the Departments of Health, Human Services, and the judiciary, which we believe will bear out what we're saying and what you already instinctively know. Between 2012 and 2022, the costs have tremendously skyrocketed to provide services to our most vulnerable populations, including 40% food increases, 18% electricity increases, and nearly 60% in transportation costs. So making sure that these agencies prioritize adequately funding their contracts would be hugely important. And we know that the legislature receives the executive budget requests from the agencies, and we would hope that this report will help them to focus on prioritizing adequate funding. And a final mention, thank you very much for including contract increase costs for mental health services for child and adolescent mental health that the House Finance Committee approved earlier this session. Thank you very much.
Very much. Next, we have Hawaii Health and Harm Reduction Center.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the committee. My name is Nico Sleverins. I'm the Grants and Advancement Manager with Hawaii Health and Harm Reduction Center. Let me tell you a little bit about our work. We do receive federal pass-through funding to support medical case management services for people living with HIV on Oahu. We also provide syringe access services in every county in this state. And while we have a great relationship with the Harm Reduction Services branch of the Department of Health, and the state should congratulate itself for making such a long-term investment in a public health strategy to reduce the incidence of HIV amongst people who inject drugs and their intimate partners. For 3 decades, we've successfully done that. It's nice to see that Jack Lewin is back in town. Jack Lewin is sort of the legislative godfather of our syringe access program. However, over the past 30 years, we have not received a baseline budget increase in our syringe services budget. Our syringe services, in addition to providing access to sterile syringes, we provide linkage services, increasingly to hepatitis testing and treatment. We also provide emergency nutritional assistance if needed by our participants. We issue a report every year that's available on our website, hhhrc.org. And it's been very hard to recruit and retain outreach workers. Our agency puts a lot into training and onboarding folks, and given the persistently high cost of living, as I noted in our written testimony, a lot of people leave first. If they don't leave, they have to take a second job in the service sector to make ends meet. And many of them find that working full-time in the service sector more adequately meets their financial needs. So what this brings, it brings a lot of costs on top of the already increasing costs of rent, utilities, and insurance. This continually onboarding and offboarding of staff provides real difficulty for us. And we're fortunate to have an executive team that is skilled and capable and has good, deep relationships with many of the people in this building, including those on the 5th floor. But the fact is, recruiting and retaining employees doing hard work, both within the syringe services program and within our homelessness services program, has become increasingly difficult. So I just wanted to thank you again for offering this resolution and for addressing this issue, and mahalo for the opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Lanakila Pacific.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the committee. My name is Rona Fukumoto. I am President and CEO of Lanakila Pacific. We are also part of the True Cost Coalition, and my colleagues have testified about critical services and increasing needs. Our contracts are with the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation, so I believe they're critical services, but also not something that's imminent, like mental health issues that might cause suicide amongst very young children. That's very disturbing. But for our contracts, we help individuals with disabilities find jobs. And if there's ever a time when we need the workforce, additional folks joining our workforce, it is now. So just testifying to keep our funding levels strong, if not increased, because the need for our services are larger than what we can actually serve with the current funding levels. So again, supporting my colleagues, but from a different perspective, it's keeping the funding strong can also put back into the economy, and through our organization, it's through work for individuals who would not otherwise have the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Partners in Development Foundation. Not present. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on either HCR or HR for this resolution? Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Nope. Okay, seeing no questions, we're going to go on to our next agenda item, HCR 117, HR 98. There's a proposed HD1 that was posted onto the website, which urges the County of Maui to adopt a financially prudent budget for fiscal year 25-26 that maintains current operational levels except for certain mandatory or critical increases. First up to testify, we have Maui County Council, Councilmember Alice Lee on Zoom.
Aloha, everyone. I'm Alice Lee, Chair of the Maui County Council. Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita and Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the Finance Committee. I'm here testifying on this measure because we want to assure you that we are extremely grateful for your ongoing support and that I will make every effort to be, and all of us will be, prudent and diligent as we formulate our FY25 budget. I did submit written testimony, so I'd like to say thank you on behalf of the council for this opportunity to provide remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have West Maui Taxpayers Association, Inc., Joseph Pluta on Zoom. Not present. Okay. That's all who have indicated they'd like to testify. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this resolution? Yes, come on up.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair. Happened to be in the room a little too early. I was here for the 2:30 meeting. But in hearing this proposed resolution, I wanted to testify in strong support in my personal capacity, Keali'i Lopez. And specifically, the concern is around the fact that you have these nonprofit organizations that have been serving the community for so many years. And the challenges that that already presents can be very difficult. And without the support and funding from the legislature and others, that's very difficult. I'm personally interested in a lot of the mental health issues. I have had 2 family members that passed because of suicide, and know that, in fact, if they had been good about seeking out the support, and that's something that as family members we want to look at to figure out how that helps. But over the long term, I'm hopeful that the issue of mental health services start at a very young age. And just as much as people, young kids, we all know we have those healthy baby checkups, right, where they have to go see their pediatrician. That needs to include mental health service provider every single year as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think that was for the previous resolution.
Oh, I
Yeah.
missed it already. There you
Yeah.
go, yes.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on the proposed HD1 urging Maui, County of Maui with their budget? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions?
Sure.
Yes, go ahead, Representative Cochran.
This particular, I know you put a notation, sorry, it's a question about the agenda and the 2 different items, the 117 and then the 98, because they're like 2 totally different items. I'm not, how does that occur, or why did that occur?
Okay, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so this was posted earlier. This is a proposed HD1. Just so members understand, resolutions are probably the only thing that the House Rules allows us to gut and replace the whole thing. So you can gut the title and content of a resolution. Bills, on the other hand, you cannot. You have to stick to whatever the title is. So this was done properly through the process and was posted as a proposed HD1 with the changes. So that's how it came about.
Okay, thanks. So just bill versus the reso?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, yes, Representative Ayush.
And for the council member? Council member, are you still available? Oh, sorry, council chair. I guess I don't know what the processes are in Maui, so I know that the mayor's budget came out a few days ago. Where are you guys in the process of evaluating his budget and making changes or modifications?
Where we just started with our community meetings. We received the budget on March 25th. And last night we went to Hana. That's why we're a little bit tired. Tonight is Paia, so we'll be hitting all the various regions. And during the day, we'll be interviewing all the departments and personnel. So this is where we are. We're sort of at the beginning stages of the budget process.
Okay, and then, so I guess generally the legislature passes our budget and then you guys pass your budget for each, fiscal year. Is that what happens, or?
Yes, as you know, we're all year round and, so we don't have the constraints, the time constraints you have. But our budget also begins July 1st. So from March until May, we will be deliberating on the budget. And in order to have one completed by the end of June. So we do appreciate all the help that we've been receiving from the state, the legislature, the governor. And it's very important right now more than ever because Lahaina, as you probably can understand, is our top priority. And therefore, we do intend to be very prudent and not overextend ourselves or try to expand at this time. We need to focus on Lahaina and try and put all of our, major resources there.
Okay, I appreciate your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, Representative Kilo.
Chair Lee,
Yes,
I have a question. In the mayor's first proposed budget, did he consult with county council members at all?
no, that's not the process. I mean, he may have conversations with some members, but the process really is he proposes a budget to the council approves or disapproves the budget or makes changes. So no, we don't have necessarily long discussions with him on how he is going to propose the budget to us.
So would you say the budget he proposed is reflective of the priorities of the council?
No, not necessarily. His budget is generally the result of consultations with the public and his administration. And we, on the other hand, consult with the public, his administration, and take into broader policy issues than he does generally.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Poy Poy.
Hi, Charlie.
Hi.
Just to clarify, because this resolution does mention some recent charter amendments with like the East Maui Community Board and then the Department of OEV Resources, the county is required to fund the charter and these departments. Sorry, that was more
yes.
of a statement, a question, yeah.
Yes, that's true, but subject to having the funds. So it may be an issue of timing. If we have the money, we'll do all of it. But if we don't have the funding right now, we may have to pause a few of those expansion projects.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Kaloa.
Thank you for chair as well. To tack on to Representative Poy Poy's question, it is if there isn't funding for the charter approved amendments, can they be postponed and pushed into a later budget, or is there a timeline where it has to operationalize or happen?
I don't believe there is a timeline. We generally follow the will of the people when a budget amendment, a charter amendment is passed. We try to the extent possible, to implement it. But if we don't have the funding, we just can't. And right now, it's very, our situation is tenable, and we don't know exactly if we're going to be able to fund all the projects or the programs that were passed in the election, as far as charter amendments go, and as well as other projects, important projects that need to be done. So right now, we just have to be very careful, and because of the lack of, the reduction in real property taxes, TAT taxes, our revenues have been seriously impacted. So that's the reason why we're so reliant and appreciative of the support we've been getting from the state. We wouldn't be able to do this without you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Representative Garrett.
Okay, thank you, Chair. For Council Chair Lee, Mayor
Aye.
Bisson's testimony references a $54.5 million bridge loan, is how it's characterized, from the Hawaii Community Foundation. Are you familiar with the terms of that loan?
No, we haven't, like I said, we just got the budget last week. We haven't gone through all the details yet. We're going through it department by department and region by region. And we just started yesterday. So, I can't really comment on the, what the details are or whether we are going to approve that.
Okay, and in your memory, has there been a time where the county has taken out a loan to meet its obligations?
Oh, yes, we do a lot of bonding.
I mean,
And
from
those
a
are
private
loans,
entity, though. Like a nonprofit like Hawaii Community Foundation. Is there precedent for that from Maui County?
I don't recall us doing that before, but they have been helping us throughout this whole tragedy, the wildfires. So, I can't say there was a precedent in the past, but certainly we've been reliant on every source of income possible because after all, the Hawaii Community Foundation received a lot of funding based on people throughout the world contributing to help the Lahaina, the victims of the fires. So in a sense, they're a natural partner for us.
No, I understand that. I guess my concern is that if people from all around the world donated, it seems like, I assume there's an interest rate for the loan that they're providing. So I guess I'm a little uncomfortable with them collecting interest on money that was donated to them, if that's what's happening here. But again, I note that you said you're not sure of the details, so thank you for
Not yet.
your comments. Thank you.
Thank you very
Chair.
much. Representative Lamasau.
Thank you, Council Chair. In the proposed resol, it does say that the proposed budget by the mayor reflects an increase of $429.2 million over the fiscal year, which is a 33.9% increase. But you folks are expecting the state to give Maui County $150 million. Is it in the interest of the council to consider cutting that increase so that way we can maybe use this $150 million to fund other projects across the state?
Again, I haven't had the time to delve into the details of the mayor's proposed budget. What it's hard for me to give you an intelligent, comprehensive answer at this point when we just started. And I'd hate to speculate on something as important as this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for this resolution? Okay, seeing none, we're going to recess briefly for decision-making. We're reconvening our first finance agenda for decision-making. First up on the first agenda is HCR 143 and HR 125. This was in regards to government services and adequately funding them through the contracts of DHS, DOH, and judiciary. The recommendation is to pass both of these resolutions as is. Are there any comments or questions from committee members? Yes, Representative Ward.
Chair, I understand this is a gut and replace, even though it's a.
No, it's
Wrong
not.
one. We're not on that one. We're on the first one.
Oh, we're not on 117.
We're on HCR 143, HR
I
125.
reserve my comments.
Okay. Okay, any other comments or
what I'm gonna
questions? Okay, seeing none, Chair for the vote, please.
Okay, we're voting on HCR 143 and HR 125. Recommendation is to pass as is. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Ayub. Chun. Aye. Cochran.
Aye.
Garrett.
Aye.
Kahaloa.
Aye.
Kila.
Aye.
Kobayashi.
Aye.
Lamosao. Morikawa. Nishimoto's excused. Poi Poi. Takenouchi. Elkos. And Ward. Okay, recommendation adopted.
Thank you very much. Next up on this agenda is HCR 117, HR 98. This is on the proposed HD1 urging Maui County to adopt a fiscally prudent budget. Are there any comments or questions for this resolution? Representative Ward, go ahead. Oh, yeah, sorry, the recommendation is to pass as is, sorry, as is the proposed HD1 that's online. Go ahead.
Bills, but not resolutions? Bond of not doing.
Yeah. Resolutions has always been the custom and practice that we allow that to happen. For resolutions only. Well, I think in general, I think this is a statement from the legislature, and it's not, it doesn't carry any weight of law.
But generally, it's a lack of forethought when we have to take something.
Okay, yes, Representative Cochran.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I'm feeling uncomfortable too about the process here. And also, I'm very confident about the county council being prudent. They just received the budget, the mayor's proposed budget a few days ago, so they're vetting it. And I know at the end of the day, they will make the right decision to benefit the broadest majority of Maui County, as they always do. So, I think I'm going to be voting against the measure just because of the process that had occurred. I know it's okay, but it's just doesn't sit with me at this time. And I'm confident the council will make the right decision anyways without urging them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any others? Yes, Representative Poi Poi.
I'm also going to be voting no. I think I'm pretty familiar with the county charter. I do think that as much as possible, the county is mandated to fund charter amendments, and the fact that this resolution specifically calls out the Department of OEV Resources, the East Maui Regional Community Board, and the new Department of Housing, the bifurcation between Housing and Human Services. Whether, I know this is just a resolution, but it implies something, and I'm not completely sure of what it's implying besides some sort of imprudence, and I disagree with that. These amendments were voted on by, our county voters and supported. And further, for the Department of OEV Resources, I know it's required that they stand that up by July 1st, 2024. It's in the charter. And I don't want to encourage our county to break their own laws or to be put in a position where they have to try and grapple with that. Also, the East Maui Water Authority, under the East Maui Regional Community Board, is within my district. It was a huge win for the community in East Maui to get that. They're just starting to get going, so I don't want to do anything to negatively impact their ability to operate, and so that's another reason. And finally, I think just on a broader perspective, I think there's an element of home rule to this that I'm not comfortable with. I think I was a staffer for a county budget chair for 2 years, and I've been through that process, and I do think that, it's been a good process, and I trust that at the end of the day, they will produce a balanced budget. So, I think that we can also adjust our budget in response, and that is within our control to do. So I think that's where I prefer to focus is on what we can do in our budget. Those are my reasons. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Chair.
Yes, Representative Keelan.
I'm voting yes, and I just want to talk about the due respect of the comment of home rule. I don't think I would ever step into this position, but the Maui wildfire in Kula and Lahaina has now affected not just the home rule of Maui County, but statewide. And when we are looking at not awarding general GIAs to nonprofits across the state because of what's taken to fund on Maui, it's come to the position that I think as the legislature, we should be paying attention to what the county does. And I don't doubt that the council won't act appropriately, but to see the mayor put out a budget that is almost inconsistent with what's been asked across the state, where we're being asked to front hundreds of millions of dollars, and then now to see things potentially be cut from districts that we serve and represent because of what's happened across several districts in the state, I think we have to take that position. And I've talked about the fact that we don't know how much more costs we're going to incur. So if we don't take a position of wanting to exercise caution, we'll fail to react. And to a comment made that the budget came out before resolution introductions were completed, so this was in response to that. So although it was late and being done differently, there was the intent behind that. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comment? Yes, Representative Kahaloa.
Thank you. In support, and just a comment that, as a neighbor island legislator representing Hawaii Island, normally we stay out of telling other islands what they should or should not do, unless we are asked to support. But we did get supportive testimony from members of the council, so I believe confidently that, like our legislators from Maui Nui who have spoken already, they believe that there is time for a balanced budget to be put forth. And I do have concerns. The charter amendments that were voted were before the Maui wildfires, and I know that the voice of the people indicate the need and why they're important, and I believe in those particular ones that were isolated out in this resolution. But I know that at the state level and the county level, we have very difficult budgetary decisions to make. So hopefully we can still support the intention in the budget that Maui County puts forward that will still support laws and still support community need and voice those concerns, but still have a fiscally tight budget, understanding that the Maui wildfires were unprecedented. So, our thoughts are with Maui as they deal with a unprecedented wildfire situation, and we hope that this resolution only gives encouraging support to help get a fiscally responsible budget, because I know that we will be making tough decisions this month, and our chair of the Ways and Means Committee in the Senate have a lot of work to do, as well as their offices, to put together a budget that will likely be tighter. So I'm hopeful that, although I usually don't want to get in the business of other counties' work, that this is just a kind reminder that we're all making really difficult decisions to help focus on recovery efforts on Maui. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? No? Okay. So, Chair, if you can take the vote as is.
Okay, we're moving. Recommendation is to pass as is. HCR 117 and HR 98 is to pass again as is. We're gonna move out. I'm sorry. It was as a proposed HD1. Sorry. Gotta scratch this out. All right, as a proposed HD1. Okay, so noting the reservation from Representative Ward, are there any other reservations? The no votes for Representative Cochran and Poi Poi, are there any other noes? Okay, we have marked as excused Representative Nishimoto and Morikawa. Are there, all others vote aye. Recommendation is adopted.
Thank you very much, and we're going to adjourn this first finance agenda. Second finance agenda to order. This second agenda, which was supposed to start at 2:15, is for decision-making only, so we will go straight into voting on all of the resolutions. We're going to be taking the vote on all of these resolutions listed on Agenda 2 in one vote. What I will do is we're going to pass all of the resolutions as is unless I highlight them with the amendments, and then we're going to do those with amendments. And then Chair will take them all as one, and you can let him know which ones you might have reservations for or are no for, okay? So there's a lot of resolutions, so we're going to take them. I'm going to do as is for everything except for the ones I highlight. I also want to note that all of the changes that I've made have been discussed with previous subject matter committees, and so those are all have prior concurrence. So the first resolution that we're going to be changing, and I'm going to list 6 of them right now. They are all relating to easements. So HCR 10 HD1, HCR 11 HD1, HCR 12 HD1, HCR 13 HD1, HCR 14 HD1, and HCR 22 HD1. We will be making amendments to these. We will be amending the term of the lease from 15 years listed in the HD1 to 25 years. This is to be consistent with the Board of Land and Natural Resources approved decision that they had done, which is also listed in the original versions of each of these HCRs. So that is the changes to those 6. Are there any comments or questions on those amendments before I go on to the next? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go on to the next resolutions that I will be amending. The next is HCR 68 HD1 and HR 55 HD1. This is in relation to the Labor and Industrial Relations Department of Labor and Industrial Relations convening an interagency task force. So we'll be amending the title and the name of the task force to remove the word enforcement, and we'll be clarifying that the scope of the task force is to encourage discussion and coordinate joint efforts to combat the underground economy and the misclassification of employees rather than enforcement activities. So that is the amendment for that, those 2 resolutions. Are there any comments or questions on that amendment? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to go on to the next one. We're going to be making amendments for, we'll be amending HCR 70 and HR 55. This is in regards to DBED and creating a sports wagering working group. We're going to be amending the title by deleting the word comprehensive, and everywhere else in the reso that has the word comprehensive, that word will be removed. And we'll be clarifying that DBED may invite other stakeholders to be members of the sports wagering working group. Okay, any comments or questions on that change? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go on to our next resolution we're changing. We're going to be amending HCR 94 HD1 and HR 78 and HD1, sorry. And this is relating to DHS and the feasibility study regarding Medicaid reimbursements. So we're going to be amending the resolution by adding in information that refers to the DHS study that was done in 2022. And we'll be amending it to request that DHS conduct a feasibility study similar to the one conducted in 2022 every 10 years thereafter, the first being in 2032. Any comments or questions on those amendments? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go on to the next reso that we're going to be amending, HCR 97 HD1 and HR 81 HD1. This is in regards to DAGS establishing a working group for a Hawaii First Responders Memorial. we'll be clarifying and adding in language that our police already have their own monument in the planning stages. In this first responder memorial resolution, it didn't mention our police force, and so we wanted to include that there's already something in the works for police, even though they are considered first responders. Any comments or questions on that resolution amendment? Okay, and the last amendment we'll be making is on HCR 192 HD1, HR 172 HD1. This is in regards to the auditor conducting an audit of DOE's backlog of CIP repair and maintenance projects. So we're going to be amending this measure to request that the auditor also examine the contracts for projects in which funding is proposed to be lapsed for June 30th, 2024, and the factors that led to those proposed CIP lapses. Any comments or questions on those amendments? Okay, so there are 11 resolutions in addition to the HCR and the HR, 11 like combined ones that we're going to be making amendments for. The rest are as is. Are there any comments or questions about the process or overall on the amendments that were made? Okay, seeing none, Chair, if you can take the vote, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, members, we're going to be voting on HCR 8 on page 1 through HCR 225 on page 6, and we're going to be voting them in one vote. Are there any reservations? Yeah, we're gonna be voting on all the HCRs and HRs in one vote. Noting the excused absence of Representative Morikawa, Nishimoto, and Ward, are there any reservations on any resolution as may be amended? Okay, recommendation is adopted on all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are now adjourned with Agenda 2.
Okay, we're going to reconvene the Committee on Finance to move on our third agenda. First up is Senate Bill 2831 SD1 relating to the county transit accommodation tax. First up is Department of Taxation.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. Gary Sugunuma, Director of Taxation. The department is already assisting the counties with the administration of the county TAT by providing state TAT data to them on a monthly basis. In addition to that, we provide them with additional support by helping the county administrators understand and interpret the state data that we're providing them, and also assisting them with TAT law and with resolving taxpayer issues. So we're already doing that for the counties. Having, I guess, our department administer the tax outright for the county, for Maui County, is not something that we're currently set up to do. Just like Maui County, we are experiencing issues with staffing our offices. And so just to give you an example, we have vacancies statewide, like all the other departments. In addition to that, with respect to Maui especially, currently right now, out of 29 positions in the Maui district office, we have 17 filled. The rest are vacant right now. And so we are experiencing the same pain as the county. If this committee is inclined to pass this measure and require us to help with collecting the Maui TAT, we will need additional resources, for sure. One concern is that even if you were to give us money, that doesn't guarantee that we'll be able to fill our vacancies right now to bring on the needed personnel to take on this extra work. And without, having extra personnel, it's going to adversely affect our ability to collect the state taxes as well. So that's the concern. So if you're inclined to have us help Maui, then what we would ask for is an appropriation, but with the flexibility to use the money to employ exempt workers or to procure outside services. Because realistically, if we need to bring them on really quickly, it's going to be really hard to try to fill our civil service positions to do that. So with that, if you have any questions, I'm available.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, is anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, questions, members? Okay, Representative Cochran.
Thank you. I'm not sure if, so Chair, I recall when county was in arrears for RPT taxes and outsourced to an outside, company to recoup it, and it more than enough paid for that recouping, and then also county got the money that was in arrears. So I'm not sure if this is something that has been discussed with DOTAX or yourself or anybody, because I think it would really pay dividends if they just outsourced it, collected, got the job done, and
Okay. Okay, you don't have a question, but, okay. We can, when we do decision-making and we go into discussion, we can discuss. Right now it's questions. Any questions from the members? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next bill. Moving on to the next bill is Senate Bill 582 SD2 relating to the state budget. First up is HHFDC. Okay, thank you. Okay, next up is Department of Land and Natural Resources. Okay, thank you. Next is Department of Ag.
The department stands on our comments.
Okay, thank you. HTA. Hawaii Technology and Development Corporation. HTDC.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Ray Gomez for HTDC. We stand on our written testimony in support of the intent of the bill, but we have comments and reservations that the funds being transferred from the Strategic Development Program revolving fund stems from a federal grant from the U.S. Treasury, and per the grant agreement, funds were to be used as specified, which is a venture capital investment program. And then the Treasury's Office of the Inspector General reserves the right to audit those funds. And they could include return of funds if not compliant.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Budget and Finance.
Chair, members of the committee, Sabrina Nasser, Deputy Director for Department of Budget and Finance. The director is literally racing here to testify on this bill, but I'll go ahead and fill in. So we do support this bill. We do have some amendments, and we did offer a proposed draft. So I do want to just read off what our proposal is. It's on page 2 of our testimony. And so the first amendment is to insert $293 million in general funds as the amount for the emergency appropriation in FY24, and also establish legislative reporting requirements for the transfer of funds. 2 is, and this is, up to the purview of the committee and the legislature, but our draft does delete the transfer of non-general funds to the general fund. We also insert a new part of the bill appropriating $65 million in FY24 as the state's contribution to the One Ohana Bank Trust account. We also repeal Section 1 of Act 247, Session Laws of Hawaii 2022, which appropriated $300 million in GEO bond funds in FY23 for the OPEB Trust Fund. And the last part is that we insert a new part exempting funds used for the recovery efforts from the wildfires from certain requirements of Section 127A16. And so this is extending the lapse date for the MDF. So available for any questions.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Hawaii Emergency Management Agency, Haima.
I'll be all Executive Officer Haima. There submitted testimony.
Okay, thank you. Next is Hawaii State Energy Office. Okay, thank you. Next is Department of Human Services. Okay, thank you. Attorney General.
Good afternoon. Deputy Attorney General Randall Nishiyama for the Department of the Attorney General. We support this bill. We're also proposing amendments to the bill relating to the One Ohana Fund, the One Ohana Bank Trust Account. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, the Department of Transportation. Okay, thank you. Is anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, questions, members? Yeah, Representative Cochran.
I think about the One Ohana Fund, if, what the one, is there a list already of people interested?
As of today, I understand that we have 22. It's a combination of families of the deceased as well as some injured folks.
Okay, I was just curious if there was a call for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill. Senate Bill 3068 SD1 relating to making an appropriation for wildfire recovery. First up is Department of Transportation. Okay, thank you. Department of Land and Natural Resources. Leonard. Okay, thank you. Budget and Finance.
Sabrina Nasser, Deputy Director, Budget and Finance. We offer comments, and our comment is basically that several of these appropriations are already in the budget bill, and so we just want to flag that for the committee that we actually prefer these appropriations to be in the budget bill for just quicker and more efficient budget execution. And that's basically our only comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Haima. Okay, thank you. HHFTC. Okay, Department of Human Services.
Good afternoon, Chair, committee members. Joseph Campos, Deputy Director, Department of Human Services, here on behalf of Director Betts. The department stands on its written testimony and support. However, testimony that we submitted to WAM on February 21st did not get changed, and so we would request an amendment that Section 6 be changed from 6 full-time equivalent positions to 3. And so that will be 3 in federal funds and 3 in general funds. And if you would like us to amend our testimony, we'll do so.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next is Care for Aina Now Coalition.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita and honorable members of the committee. My name is Kavika Riley, Vice President at the nonprofit Kupu, and testifying on behalf of the Care for Aina Now Coalition. Care for Aina Now stands in strong support of SB 3068. We thank the committee for hearing this bill. We'll stand on our written testimony, but just wanted to say again, along with our gratitude for hearing this bill so that it can move forward. We also very much appreciate that in addition to the straightforward recovery funding that's provided for in this bill, there are also a number of provisions that engage in what we describe as preventative conservation, such as the fuel reduction language in Section 11 of the bill, which is very important to not only respond to and support the recovery efforts that are underway, but to mitigate or try to prevent future disasters before they occur. So thank you very much for hearing this bill and for that language. We're in strong support and available for any questions. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. April Lee on Zoom.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitakaya, and you House members very much. Appreciate you being here today to hear, because I want to speak. I had a tremendous, huge event the night of August 8th, and I knew something was wrong. And I am a trained responder. I am also a Skywarn spotter, and I had no problem with the storm here. So I started researching what everything was going on, and I started putting that together the proclamations that the governor had written. I went to the hearing on this when the EET heard it, and I heard people say things that really caused me to look at this thing all over again, especially when Craig Nakamoto could not provide anything about where the monies came in, how much came in from all these other sources of revenue. And in doing this budget, it was he was very nervous, and he looked like he didn't have anything together. And I thought, wow, how could he come to this hearing and not have any data? So I started looking further, and I also heard a very brilliant man in the EET say, and I'm not going to say his name, he might get upset with me, but he said, we are in a predicament over all of these funds. And he said, the governor should be here, and he's a no-show, and I'm not happy, and I'm not going to call the governor a liar. Those were actual words in the meeting of EET, and I tell you, I think that when I look at what's happened with Act 190 and that bill, which was done in 2022, made what we call community development districts. You guys probably didn't really go into that a lot, but those were Pule Hunui and Hi'ia and Kakako and Kala'eloa. And this one, different, Lele, coming up in 3381. The Senate Bill 3381 is making another one, and guess what it's doing? Not public lands are going in to those community districts, like the other bill that Ige signed. That was Senate Bill 2398, and it was created by Act 190. This one is the taking of 27 ahupua'a on the west side of Maui. I wouldn't affirm any budget from this governor because if you look at his proclamation, he actually gains so much control, just like he does in the 190, where the governor has tremendous control over who sits on those. And they had redacted a whole bunch of things where they were going to have citizens on those boards for those development districts. But this Lele one, this one is the one you need to pay attention before you sign off on all this money. I can tell you, eighth proclamation. In the eighth proclamation, it states, the legislature of the state of Hawaii shall appropriate from general revenues monies as may necessary for the expenditures by or under the direction of the governor for the immediate relief of conditions created by the emergency. Whereas expending such monies, the governor may allot any portion to any agency, office, or employee of the state or to any county for the most expeditious and efficient relief of conditions created by the emergency. The governor may determine whether an emergency or a disaster has occurred. This is absolutely me. I think it's an eminent danger to you and I as citizens of the state of Hawaii. And when I heard the anger in the spirit world the night of August 8th, I can tell you that I believe in ancestors. I was born here, but I'm not Hawaiian. But I can tell you something was going on that was beyond my understanding, and I didn't know about it until I started getting into all these proclamations and all these acts, and 3381 especially, which relates to this bill. And the fact that this money is so excessive, and it's taking money, you're presenting things on Maui? Why? Who are you protecting? A bunch of elite people? Because you're not supposed to buy anything on Maui right now, or you could get a jail sentence and a fine. Well, that's a lot of land to take without paying a homeowner, and on the stakeholders, of which there are 9, none of them are homeowners. And that's the Lele district they're creating, and you're supporting with this money. Please, do this for me. Check out everything I'm saying before you sign any money over to Governor Green. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks you for your testimony. You were a little difficult to hear at times, so if you'd like, you can submit written testimony to us on what you just said. We tried to get as much as we could, but you were breaking up a little bit. But thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, members, questions? Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 2731 SD1 HD1, relating to special license plates for Iraq and Afghanistan war veterans. First up, let's see. Okay. I don't have anybody that actually signed up to testify for this measure. Is there anybody here that wants to testify on this measure? We have written testimony in support. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, nobody asked to ask questions for. We're going to move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 572 SD2 HD1, relating to agriculture. First up is Department of Agriculture.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair and members. Dexter Kishida, Hawaii Department of Agriculture. And the department stands in strong support of this bill as a really sensible way to help us increase our toolbox to respond to invasive species. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Hawaii Harbor Users Group. Melissa Pavlicek. She was here. Okay, next up is Hawaii Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair. Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Okay, anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, questions, members? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 2329 SD1 HD1, relating to aquatics. First up is Department of Land and Natural Resources. Okay, thank you. Department of Agriculture.
Department stands in support as
Okay, thank you. Kua aina ulu au amo. Sorry.
Aloha, my chair.
Hey.
Yeah.
Sorry, I butchered that.
No problem. Yeah. Aloha, my kako. I'm Olanle Momi Fisher, advocate for Kua Aina Uloa Wamo, or also known as Kua. It's easier. And Kua in Hawaiian means backbone, and we serve as a support organization for three large statewide networks. The largest of which is our Hui Malama Loko Ia, which consists of over 60 fish pond sites statewide in varying stages of restoration and development. We strongly support this measure. We stand on our testimony. I just had a couple updates for you all to share. I just wanted to emphasize that the original dollar amounts and number of positions in this measure were developed by DAR in close collaboration with community. So ideally, we would love for those to be reinstated to the bill. And a big impetus for this bill is to support the Waianae High School Marine Science Learning Center and their operations. And so it would hopefully expand and support their operations. And if any of you have had the opportunity to visit the center, they do really amazing work. And just last week, they shipped off nearly 700 baby fish to local Ea fish pond in Haleiwa. And tomorrow, actually, they're preparing to ship off another 1,000 baby fish to Keaukaha, Hilo fish ponds in that area. So yeah, this is just to support them, to expand fish pond restocking. And so we urge you all to please help us bring the anai, the mullet, back to Waianae. So mahalo, I'm here for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Walking out or okay, walking out. Okay, anyone we okay. Members, please note the rest of there's several testifiers all in support. Any questions from the testifiers? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill. Moving to Senate Bill 2413 ST2 HD1 relating to agriculture. First up is Department of Agriculture.
Dexter Kishida, Hawaii Department of Agriculture. Thank you, and the department respectfully opposes this measure, mainly on the stance that this is really an unfunded mandate, and to do this study would require resources. Also, we'd like to point out that two things. One thing is sometimes fallowing is important and an effective tool in farming, and so while passing by, it may look as though it is unused or just let go, but it's not. It's recharging itself and regenerating itself. The other part is we'd like to not vilify an exit plan that some of these farmers really all they have is in the sale of their business and their lease to another user. And so on those grounds, we stand respectfully in opposition here for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Farm Bureau.
The Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony and support.
Support. Okay, anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none. Questions, members? Okay, moving on to the next bill. Moving on to Senate Bill 3153 ST2 HD1 relating to dams and apprentices improvements to removal grant program. First up is the LNR. Okay. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Please, Hawaii Farm Bureau, please.
Chair, the Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony and stronger support.
Stronger. Okay. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, questions, members. Okay, question, what does stronger mean? No, I'm kidding. Okay. Moving on to the next bill. Moving on to Senate Bill 2289 ST2 HD2 relating to Kalapapa. First up is Office of Hawaiian Affairs.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Michelle McCoy, Public Policy Advocate for the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. We stand in support of this measure. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Department of Health?
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Dr. Diana Felton from the Hawaii Department of Health. The Department of Health supports the intent of this bill. DOH and the other governmental agencies with legal responsibility at Kalapapa are committed to working closely with the community in a robust and equitable manner, especially on the operations of Kalawao County after DOH departs. We offer 3 amendments in our testimony to ensure that all voices are heard and as responsibilities and jurisdiction of Kalawao County transition. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Ka Ohana o Kalapapa on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the committee. Ka'ohana o Kalapapa stands by our written testimony in support of SB 2289 HD2. Mahalo for your time and support.
Thank you, DeGray, Vanderbilt.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the House Finance Committee. My name is DeGray Vanderbilt, and I'm a member of the Board of Ka'ohana o Kalapapa. I just read the Department of Health's testimony, and they are proposing to strike out all the amendments that were made through the Senate Health and the Human Services and WHAM committees and the House Water and Land and Judiciary and Hawaiian Affairs committees. I support the bill with those amendments that were made at those committees, and I just wanted to make a couple of comments. Ka'ohana is a formally organized nonprofit that recently observed its 20th anniversary. It's important to keep in mind that it was the Kalapapa patient residents who conceived of and fostered Ka'ohana o Kalapapa so that as their numbers grew smaller, there would be an organization in place made up of their peers, extended family members, and longtime friends of the Kalapapa community to ensure that their voices would continue to be heard and the legacy they dreamed of for Kalapapa's future would be realized and sustained in perpetuity. Only 5 patients remained living at Kalapapa today. The eldest is having his 100th birthday later this month. The average age of the 5 remaining is 92. And they want their organization that they conceived, Ka'ohana o Kalapapa, to be involved directly in the upfront discussions on determining the future legacy of Kalapapa. Based on the uncertainties and sometimes conflicting statements voiced by government agencies at the bill's previous hearings, I have proposed a small amendment that is needed to provide clarity and emphasis, which hopefully you will consider. Again, this whole organization of transition teams, they've been working on this transition plan since 2015, had over 30 meetings. They have no records of most of those meetings. They weren't recorded, and they really have not come up with any plan. And we would like to continue, as stated in the current bill, to be on this transition committee, which is determining a lot of things that are really important to the topside Molokai community, and also to the residents of Kalapapa who want to see their legacy upheld. And so I think that's really important, and I think we can add a lot because all the members on the transition team at this time that are working on it are the directors and deputy directors And they're all new people since 2023, some with very little knowledge of Kalapapa. So I think having the current bill, which includes Ka'ohana Kalapapa on the transition team, as well as a organization from the topside community that's formed in consultation with the Department of Health, would be a big help to these new members and provide a lot of helpful information and move this thing along, because there has to be a transition plan in place before when the last patient goes, and that is not too far off in the future. And as I said, they've been in business since 2015, and they're not even close to coming up with a plan. So I really appreciate this opportunity to testify. Thank you for scheduling this meeting, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members, questions. Representative Poy.
Hi, thank you. So I think there is a very strong desire by community, by Ka'ohana, to participate and be involved in the process of transition planning from the start, and, you know, upfront inclusion, because I think our community has a lot of valuable insight, knowledge, history to offer the process. And part of the reason for being explicit and including it here is because in this bill is because that hasn't been something that was honored up until this point. And I appreciate your statement that there is a commitment to include community in these discussions. But up until this point, there hasn't been demonstrable actions to correlate with that. So I'm just curious if there is a plan of how that's going to occur, or is it just a statement at this point?
Thank you, Rep. Poy. I completely agree with everything that you said, and there is a plan. We are currently in the midst of procurement to get some assistance, since we have, you know, many other competing priorities. So we are using Department of Health funds to procure a group that's worked extensively with the Kalapapa and Topside Molokai community to help us make these plans. We've tentatively set some meeting dates for public meetings, and we are in the process of creating a plan. It's essential to us that all voices are heard, and that's a little bit of our concern. We appreciate working with Ka'ohana. They, as mentioned, are an incredible wealth of experience, knowledge, representing many of the patients and their family members, but there's additional voices as well that need to be heard, and we really want to make sure that all voices are heard and that this engagement and community input is done in an equitable manner. And I'll share with you that last week I was in Kalapapa and speaking with the patients, the remaining patients, about this issue, and they yelled at me and said, "Why are you talking about after we're gone? We're still here." So I just want to reiterate that the Department of Health, our main focus is on caring and making sure that the current patients have a respectful, beautiful quality of life that they currently have. And there is active work going on in trying to prepare for the eventual exit of the Department of Health and getting the community involved in that process, because we agree it's really important.
Yeah. Including Ka'ohana, though, doesn't preclude the participation of the wider community.
That is true. We just want to do it in a way that's equal to everyone at the same time.
Okay, I understand, but there hasn't been I haven't heard any concerns or any testimony in opposing the inclusion of Ka'ohana, and I think they're a pretty well-respected organization.
Absolutely. But we have heard concerns from other stakeholder groups that that they would not be included in, and Ka'ohana would be. So that concerns us.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Any other?
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Department of Health. One more question for you. So the transition to move over to the feds, a lot of it depended on the cleanup of the landfill and other things, right? So What is the status on all that?
Sure. There's a number of environmental remediation projects. And at this point, that's the main responsibility that the Department of Health sees after there's no longer patients there. So we are currently working on remediating, as you mentioned, closing the 2 landfills, the construction and debris landfill and the municipal solid waste landfill. There's an old dump site we're looking at evaluating. There's a cesspools. There's a number of large environmental remediation projects that we're currently working on, preparing for, asking for CIP money for, and looking towards the future for doing. And that's really, we are committed as the department, as the party that's been managing the county, that regardless of when this transition happens, and that's a big part of this problem, right, is we have no idea when this transition will happen. It could be soon. As mentioned, the patients are quite elderly. They're also very robust. Our almost 100-year-old patient still lives at home and drives around, with DOH support. But, so we're looking at any time with a near future transition date, could be 10 to 20 years. It's
Well,
just,
my question is more
Yeah.
on, there were several appropriations to start the process.
Yeah.
And, I just want to know if we are going to come up with a final number and when and how that's going to play
Yeah.
out.
That's a great question. At this point, we have a total number for the assessments of the remaining projects, but we don't know the cost of actually implementing those assessments until we do the assessments. Some of the cleanup projects are large, specialized, and particularly because of the remote location, the costs we just have no idea on the costs. So we do have a rough estimate for those assessments of the remaining projects. For the assessments would be about 1.2 million. And then each individual one would be more money in the future, depending on the assessment.
Is there an estimate?
I have no idea how much it would cost to replace the cesspools there. I apologize.
Okay, thank you very much. DeGray, you came before the legislature before, and then you were working on a monument. Yeah. Any update on that?
Yes, we are working on a monument, and the state in this 2022 session provided $5 million appropriation to complete the construction of the memorial, and the Ohana is raising another $5 million endowment for its perpetual maintenance and operation, which will be real helpful, I think, in the Kalawao area for the National Park Service and DOH. But unfortunately, DOH, NPS, and DLNR came together and came up with a plan with all these restrictions, and we have not been able to receive any of that money until we meet these onerous conditions, which they say are required by state law before they can expend any of the money to Ka'ohana o Kalapapa. So here is DOH asking you for more money and everything, and on the other side, they're blocking our money. And we're trying to work through that, but we just don't understand it because they're concerned that we're using state funding, but they've known we're using state funding since 2020, DOH, DLNR, and NPS. And as Chair Sylvia Luke said, when she heard about this, she said, well, why didn't they raise this issue at the hearings when the funding bill was going through? And that's the same thing I would say with regard to their amendments to the bill today. They didn't raise any of these issues during the 4 committee hearings before this. So thank you for allowing me to clarify
No,
that.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, any further questions, members? Okay, we're going to move on to the next bill. Let's see. Okay, we're moving on to Senate Bill 2974 SD2 HD1 relating to economic development. First up is Small Business Regulatory Review Board on Zoom.
Yeah, hi. This is Mary Albert, the chairperson of the Small Business Regulatory Review Board. And in support, I stand on my written testimony for this task force.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next we have the Retail Merchants of Hawaii. Not present. Okay, next we have Hawaii Food Industry Association. Also on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Alexis Chapman for HFIA. We stand on our testimony and support, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next is Chamber of Commerce of Hawaii. Okay, thank you. Hawaiian Telcom. Okay, thank you. Kapolei Chamber of Commerce on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Karen Polk, Executive Director, Kapolei Chamber of Commerce, and we stand in strong support of SB 2974 and with our written testimony. And I'd just like to say that, this is the perfect time to put together a task force like this so we can work together. We are, as much as we're seeing business growth in my side of the island, I still see small businesses struggling to stay in business. And if we can come together to look at the regulations and the regulatory environment and the business climate to support them, this is the time to do it. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Next, Farm Bureau of Hawaii.
Thank you, Chair. The Hawaii Farm Bill stand on its written testimony in support.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, questions, members? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 2497 HD2, ST2 HD1 relating to taxation. First up is Department of Business, Economic Development, and Tourism. Okay, thank you. Next is Department of Taxation. Okay. HTDC.
Good afternoon, Chair. HTDC, ACDC stands in
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Food Industry Association.
Good afternoon again, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. We stand on our testimony and support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Oceanet.
Chair, members of the committee, Matthew Sullivan from Oceanet.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Pacmar Technology. Oh, leaving. Okay. Okay, sorry. Thank you. Okay, anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none. Members' questions? Okay, we're going to move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 2526 ST2 HD1 relating to information technology. First up is Department of Office of Enterprise Technology Services. Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, members, questions? Okay, thank you. Moving on to Senate Bill 3116 SD2 HD1 relating to the preschool open doors program. First up is Executive Office on Early Learning. Okay, thank you. Department of Human Services. Okay, thank you. Next is Early Childhood Action Strategies. Thank you. Next is He'e Coalition. Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Questions, members? Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to the next bill. Moving on to Senate Bill 3002 SD1 HD1 relating to making an appropriation to implement the recommendations of the Task Force on mobility management established pursuant to Act 214 Session Laws of 2013. First up is the Disabilities and Communication Access Board.
Good afternoon, Chair Curtis Shaw. TCAP stands on its written testimony.
Okay, thank you. Next up is AARP. Okay, thank you. Next is Donald Sakamoto on Zoom.
Chair, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yes, Donald Sakamoto for the record. Chair, Vice Chair, and members, like to strongly support this bill. It's been a long time since 2015 when I had the bill proposed for SB 297 back then, and I want to see this bill go through because I was on the committee for the mobility management, as it says in my testimony. But please do the right thing, prepare and have this bill passed with Department of Transportation to take the lead to run this agency to have these five people to be involved in transportation for our neighbor islands. It's about time, but let's have this bill proceed on this session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Yes, please come forward. Or go ahead. Okay. Yeah, we do have your testimony. Sorry. Okay. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, questions, members. Okay, we're on Senate Bill 3002 HD1. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, questions? Okay, moving on to the next bill. We're going to move on to Senate Bill 2553 SD1 HD1 relating to Hawaii retirement savings. First up is the Hawaii Retirement Savings Board. Okay, Department of Labor. Okay, next is AARP.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. I'm Audrey Suga Nakagawa, Advocacy Director for AARP. We stand our testimony in strong support, and we request that the bill be passed with a clean effective date. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Retail Merchants of Hawaii. Not here. Okay, anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, questions, members? Okay, moving on to the next bill. Moving on to Senate Bill 2652 SD2 HD1 relating to the budget. First up is Department of Labor. Okay, Budget and Finance.
Chair, we provided
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, seeing none. Questions, members? Okay, seeing none, moving on to the next bill, Senate Bill 3083 SD1 HD1 relating to insurance. First up is Insurance Division, DCCA.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Gordon Ito testifying on behalf of DCCA Insurance Division. We stand on our written testimony in strong support of our administration bill. I'll be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the Tradewind Group. Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members, questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 3234 SD1 HD1 relating to the stabilization of property insurance. Yeah, okay, so first up is DCCA. Okay, Department of Taxation. Okay, thank you. Hawaii Bankers Association. On Zoom. Not present. Okay, next.
We'll stand on our testimony and support.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, next is Hawaii Realtors. Okay, thank you. Next is Ho'omua Collaborative. Okay. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, questions, members? Okay, we're moving on to the next bill, Senate Bill. Senate Bill 2922 ST2 HD1 relating to the public utility. First up is Office of the Governor. Not present. Okay, next is DCCA, Division of the Consumer Advocate.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Mickey Knox for the Consumer Advocate. I just wanted to highlight one part of our testimony. We have recommended amendments, and especially the first bucket of amendments are meant to improve the process that's being proposed here. For example, we want to make sure that any financing order goes through a docketed process pursuant to the Commission's normal rules. I'm available for any other questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Office of the Governor. Okay, thank you. Attorney General's Office.
Good afternoon. Deputy Attorney General Randall Nishiyama for the Department of the Attorney General. We've suggested proposed amendments to the bill, and we're here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii State Energy Office. Okay, next is the PUC, Public Utilities Commission. Okay, thank you. IW 1260. Okay, thank you. Hawaii Association for Justice.
Aloha, Chair, members of the committee, Evan Oy on behalf of HAJ. We respectfully stand in opposition to this bill. Our primary point of concern and opposition is going to be subsections G and H on pages 21 and 22, which provide immunity to the utilities as well as the commission. We feel as though that this level of immunity is not necessary and it's bad public policy as a general concept. So, we respectfully oppose those provisions and would request that they be removed from the bill at this point in time. So, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. We'll be available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Next is Hawaiian Electric.
Good afternoon, Chair, committee members. My name is Jim Alberts, testifying on behalf of Hawaiian Electric today. We do have some amendments and comments I'd like to walk through briefly just to give you the context. The amendments we proposed on the securitization portion of the bill are in technical nature only, so they also reflect input from the Attorney General's office. So the two key parts of this bill that really need to work together are, one, to create a process to submit a wildfire mitigation plan to the Public Utility Commission for approval. So we're in full support of using an open, transparent process through the Public Utility Commission to conduct that business. And the second seeks to create a process to use securitization also approved by the Public Utility Commission through a financing order to pay for costs and expenses relating to or arising out of a catastrophic wildfire. Both of these things need to work together. In order to have an effective plan that's approved by the Public Utility Commission, also needs the opportunity to seek financing for those plans because they will be expensive. So a couple of key items I want to point out here for the wildfire mitigation plan in particular. We do support, like I said, a focus on this public process. We do think incorporating input from others to create best practices as part of this plan is going to be an important part of what we do. It's going to become a codified standard. We'll work through it with the Public Utility Commission. The key point for me in this section, though, is that we have the resources to do the work. And if this plan is approved, and we'll need access to the funds and the resources to be able to accomplish that work. And lastly, I do want to say that the Public Utility Commission jurisdiction has to be maintained to make these decisions because it's vital that if the Commission makes a ruling on this plan in and of itself, that that's where it remains. On the securitization part of the bill, which is why these two things go together, the bottom line is the PUC determines the cost that customers will pay as part of this process. That's the transparent part of it, part of the normal process. It will be limited in size to a 5% cap on customer bills, which is what's being proposed. And if approved through the PUC process, it will be financed at a lower cost with less impact on customer bills than otherwise could be done without it. So all of those things considered, securitization is a time-tested and best practice method for financing large investments. It's done in many states, it's done in many governments, and we think this is a good fit for the process here today. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify in support. I ask that you please pass these amendments to provide the resources that are needed. We need to keep Hawaii safe, and Hawaii needs a wildfire mitigation plan and a cost-effective way to pay for it together to accomplish this goal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next up is Lahaina Strong on Zoom.
Aloha, Katie Austin with Lahaina Strong. We are going to stand on our written testimony. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next is we have Lars Johnson on Zoom.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Lars Johnson. I was a resident of Lahaina. My address was 6 Ipuvai Lane, above Shaw Street, right along the fire line. I am a victim of the fire. I lost everything. My home no longer exists. I would like to understand the audacity of HECO in thinking about raising rates on electric bills to pay for their sloppiness. 30 years ago, they lost a lawsuit regarding the maintenance of the grid on West Maui. In 2018, they were warned again. They've been charging us ridiculous rates. We pay the highest electric rates in the United States. I've lived in multiple cities in the United States. I've never, ever had to pay $135, $140 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment without a stove or an oven. I don't cook, but still I pay $100 plus for my monthly electric bill. When I was in California, my bill would be high at $32. When I was in New Jersey, another high state, maybe $28, $30. So I'm being charged 5 times the amount for my bill to pay for a rebuilding of an infrastructure. I've got a better idea. Why don't we do this? Why don't we have HECO give us a rebate for all the money that they spent improperly instead of maintaining the grid like they were supposed to? Why don't we have them, in fact, I have this crazy dream. I have this crazy dream that HECO shouldn't be my fiduciary for my money, that they shouldn't be taking my deposits so that they can issue them out in my withdrawals. I'm flabbergasted by this. The things that I've had to deal with. I watched my home burn down. I was the last person to leave the property. My neighbor, a 77-year-old woman, was stuck in her living room. We had to drive through the fire to get out. I watched a man burn to death. But HECO has the audacity to tell me that I have to pay more for the electricity that I watched kill, destroy. I watched a man burn to death. I don't know if any of you have had the luxury of watching someone burn to death, but it's not like charcoal. It's more like wax. You melt. And I watched him as I was begging him. So August 8th was a long time ago. I'm still dealing with the after effects of this fire. I'll be dealing with them for the rest of my life. I can't even go into Lahaina anymore. to even, I see what used to be. I see what's been destroyed. I see the lives that have been destroyed. I see the lives that are missing. It's been my home for most of my life. It's been my family's home for forever. I'm a sixth generation. We've got 7 or 8 generations on this island. My uncle Emilio was the Speaker of the House in 1987. My grandfather ran the plantation at Kahuku. My family's all over these islands. I love these islands more than anything. The people here, the quality of life, the freedom that's allowed here. I had to come to the realization, because I was so distraught over how these people lost their lives, that I had to remind myself that although these children died in this fire, they spent their entire lives in the backs of their parents' pickup trucks counting rainbows. And I'm grateful for that. HECO has no right to ask me for a damn thing. If anything, they should be required to provide free electricity for the West Side for eternity. The monopoly should be broken. There shouldn't be a right for one company to be running everything and charging whatever they want. No one sets the rates but them. How is that fair? I don't have much more to say other than making ratepayers pay for the cost of their negligence and mismanagement is not the way to go. A CEO that admits wrong in Congress. I have videotape from my living room window of the fire. I have the wind blowing. I have video of it from about 10 o'clock in the morning straight through till about 6 o'clock at night. I was on FaceTime with my sister who lives over in Hilo. I couldn't believe how windy it was. I'd never seen shingles ripped off the roof before. I don't ever want to see this happen again. But I don't want to pay for it to have it fixed when I wasn't the one who caused the problems. None of us caused the problems. HECO did a huge injustice by not maintaining the grid the way they were supposed to. It's their fault. It's their responsibility. How dare they even think they have a right to charge us anything to fix their problem? I think it should come out of their salaries. I think it should start today. I think we should take their stock options and put that into a trust and use that to pay for the repairs. Why should they be able to profit from anything? They should walk out of this broke. Last time I checked, if I had been that negligent in a family situation, child services, protective services would have taken the kids and I would have been in jail. The same should be held true for the people of HECO. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jana Poole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Finance Committee. I'm here in opposition to the bill, and let me get right to the point. The basis of the opposition is that the bill does not require and does not directly help the fire victims of Lahaina. The fire victims continue to suffer through this thing. There's nothing in that bill that would benefit the actual fire victims here. In fact, the only parties I see that benefit from the bill is, first of all, HECO, because they will be able to issue bonds at better rates, and they would get security for their bonds. So the investors in the bonds also benefit. So you have HECO, who is really the tortfeasor or the party responsible for this, benefiting from this bill. You have investors in HECO benefiting from the bill, but yet all of the fire victims really get nothing out of the bill. And as the last witness just testified, the rest of the fire victims get a raise in their rates. And that's what bothers me about this bill, because there is no guarantee that any of the victimized fire victims will benefit from this bill. Now, I have a vested interest in all this because I am a fire victim myself. We lost 2 homes, my family home where I grew up. We were not living there, so I'm not like Mr. Johnson or anybody else, but my older siblings are all retired. I manage those properties on long-term rentals for very reasonable rates for local people. And that's what my older siblings rely upon for their retirement. And that's gone. And I will not be able to help them with that rental income for probably 4 or 5 more years. Not sure my brother will be around then. So this has damaged me personally. I'm also here on behalf of my extended family. Being born and raised in Lahaina, that family property came down from the 1800s through my great-grandfather. I've been there, our family's been there for over 150 years. Most of my extended family still lives there. Between myself, my cousins' kids, because all our parents passed away already, we lost 10 family homes. 10. I have a whole slew of extended family living in hotels or rentals or in their car. One of them lives at his work. Not only lost the family homes, one of my cousins did not make it out of the fire. Another one got burned up really bad. She's still getting skin grafts as of last month. So the point I want everybody to recognize is whatever legislation is passed, I really think we need to take care of the victims of the fire first. And I understand there's the Ohana Fund and there's also the property damage fund that's coming up. I guess that may be the next bill. But I want to make a quick point on that. One, I think it's inadequate compensation for the victims. Secondly, I also think it's extremely premature because there is so much more investigation to get to the bottom of all the questions why and how this occurred. I do not believe the governor's office has done any major investigation as to the responsibility of the parties. I don't believe the ATF was only here for a few days. Maybe I didn't explain this right. I happen to be an attorney. I happen to have a legal team working on this. We have had experts working this from 3 days after the fire. I probably know more about this fire than any government official in the state. I know exactly where it started. I know what time it started. I happen to know what poles started the fire, which poles fell down. All of that stuff is not being covered by the government's fund, and what happens is they're releasing parties that are actually more responsible than what people think. And I'm specifically talking about Hawaiian Telecom and Spectrum. Yes, Hawaiian Electric is very culpable. There is no question it was their lines that broke between pole 24 and 25. Those lines went down into the dry grass. They did not start the fire when it broke. That's what people don't get, really. They were laying there dormant, unenergized, everything would have been fine. Hawaiian Electric re-energized those lines at about 6 o'clock in the morning when it was laying in dry grass. That's what started the fire. And that's what destroyed the entire town of Lahaina and killed 101 people. Now, it goes back further. Pole 25 is connected to a pole 7A across the street. Nobody's talking about this pole 7A. We got a court order to get all the poles preserved early on, so they've been stored in warehouses. It took Hawaiian Electric 6 months to allow us to get in there to inspect the poles. I got my pole experts in there, I got my termite experts in there, I got my fire experts in there. And what we found out is pole 7A, and I'd love to leave this with you guys. This is a picture of the termite damage of pole 7A. I don't think the media or any of the government officials has seen this stuff. This pole was totally riddled with termite damage. This pole is owned by Hawaiian Electric. This pole is used by Spectrum. This pole is used by Hawaiian Telecom, and their lines are heavier than power lines. This is what caused pole 7A to break. And when the top of 7A broke, it bobs on those lines and it's pulling on pole 25. And as that goes on and on, it breaks the line between 25 and 24. That's what started this fire. 7A termite damage and Hawaiian Electric not taking care of the poles, and Spectrum and Hawaiian Telecom not inspecting the poles that they're using. And I wanted to say that because I believe most of you didn't know that yet, because the government won't do that kind of investigation. I can prove that anytime you guys want to. So I'll leave this here for you guys.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next up is Astrid McGallen on Zoom.
Hi. Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm here to share part of my testimony. I am also a survivor of this fire. I was behind Lahaina Luna, and it's truly a miracle that I am here. I saw many people that did not make it. I saw, like all of us, everything that we lost in Lahaina, and I'm also in profound opposition to this. I do think it's a slap in the face for the representative for HECO right now to express that this was expensive. It's ridiculously expensive. And a lot of people don't have the expenses for basics, for homes. I am so impressed by the community, by Lahaina Strong, by Lars, by people that are really impacted and have to be in front and defend and not be overcharged and not be treated in this way. So thank you for allowing me to speak. I hope that you guys oppose this. As Jan just said, there's all the evidence, all the proof to show their responsibility. And I hope that you see it and really take this into account to do the right thing. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Suzanne Conlon, also on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair and Committee. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'm a Maui resident and have been living and breathing the effects of HECO's negligence on my friends, family, and beloved Maui community for the past 8 months, or even longer, given how long HECO has been on notice for this extreme wildfire risk on the island of Maui and specifically in West Maui. I know HECO's lines started these fires because HECO failed to harden their grid and maintain their infrastructure despite telling the state PUC that they would use ratepayers' funds to do so. And to now only learn of an amendment to this bill proposing a wildfire mitigation plan, which should have been in place far long ago, and there were already ample funds to do the work that needed to be done, is very disheartening. I can't support HECO asking for money to bail themselves out and then putting it on the back of ratepayers for the cost of their negligence and mismanagement. I urge you to oppose this effort and please reject SB 2922. Do not allow HECO to make Maui residents, and especially not Maui survivors, pay for everything that has happened and everything that they have lost. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Next is Shannon E. Also on Zoom, not present. Okay, anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none. Questions, members? Representative Ward.
How do we, I mean, you have a consternation about how do we pay for all this? How do we get back on to getting electricity back? Obviously, there's going to be a surcharge. You said 5% would be a max. So if my
5%,
bill's
yeah.
$100, I only get $5 increase? Is that
5%, yes.
5%? How long will that happen? I mean, in other words, 5% for my next 6 months, 1 year, or that's undetermined?
Well, so the way the process would work, the securitization would be financed and issued. We would take that through the Public Utility Commission process, and that process would determine how much that cost would be on each bill and for how long. So if a bond were issued for 20 years, that bond would have to be paid off over that 20-year period.
So it could be 20 years surcharge of 5%?
It could be.
Theoretically?
Theoretically, could be.
Could you increase it even, or that's up to the PUC?
Everything we charge is regulated by the Public Utility
Let
Commission.
me cut to the chase. My concern, are you guys going to survive? I'm being very straightforward. A lot of people wondered if we're going to have a public utility, locally owned, that is. Is that proprietary, or is it something you can assure us with, or is that something that we should just pass this bill and forget about asking questions like this?
Well, I'm hoping that you'll pass the bill so that we can do the right work for the people of the state. Now, I'll share my personal opinion with you. I mean, I really believe that the best path forward is for Hawaiian Electric to survive and to continue to provide service. It provides a great essential service to all the communities we serve. It provides employment to many people in our communities. I've personally been through changes at other companies where companies have been bought and sold, and I can tell you that process takes a really long time and it's very expensive. So if anybody thinks that's a better path forward, my experience says otherwise. I think the best path, my belief is to help Hawaiian Electric survive and move forward so it can do the work that it needs to do to protect the public.
Is it true or a rumor that you have no access to capital?
Well, access to capital would be very limited with our credit rating. So I think you've heard in prior testimony, our credit rating is junk status, which makes it hard, which is why securitization is so attractive, because we can securitize that cash flow that's flowing through and get a really good credit rating on it. It keeps the interest rate low as possible, better than we could get otherwise, which helps keeps customer bills lower than otherwise.
But on your balance sheet, you have a net worth. What is the value of your assets? Or if this is not proprietary, because when they say you have no access to capital, your net worth, based upon your assets, has got to be huge.
But I think the question you're asking is, could we sell assets? Because that's what's on the balance sheet.
Well, no, in terms of your borrowing power, if you've got assets worth a couple of $2 billion, I mean, who's not going to give you money? So when I heard, well, there's no access to capital, that was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, so you have to.
Or is it expensive capital that we're talking about?
I mean, it would be very expensive if you were to try and get it, if you could even get it. With the credit rating that we have today, because of the position we're in, I don't believe we could go get a commitment on capital without some kind of securitization.
Okay. Is this the best we can do to help you guys survive?
Yeah.
Or this is just a beginning or a gesture?
No, I think this is what we need to survive, to get us started, along with the other funds you'll hear about later in the next bill.
Last question. What are your gestures for the people of Maui, given what some of the gentlemen have said and others have said? Is there any grace or gifts or something that says, okay, you're different than the other islands? Is there something that you've got planned for the people of Maui?
Yeah, I really can't speak to that today. I mean, I listened to all the testimony carefully. I have a lot of heartfelt empathy for the people of Maui and Lahaina. It's a true tragedy. So I know that we're going to work hard to do the right thing, but I can't commit here today to what that might be.
Did you see the photo of the termites?
I did not see that.
I mean, it looked pretty bad.
Yeah, I can't speculate on that. I can't.
See that. Thank you very much.
I really would ask for your help to make this happen, though, to approve these bills with these amendments.
Is there anything else that we should be aware of or be wanting to do in addition?
Well, I think besides the wildfire protection plan, the securitization plan, then the funds that actually will help the people of Lahaina, the people of Maui, are in the next bill that you'll hear about.
Okay.
So that's the part of the plan that really seeks to help This set of bills is to help rebuild.
Thank you very much. You have a big job ahead of you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Cochran.
Thank you. And Hiko, so currently you've already gotten funding for mitigation, and what has that gone to? What kind of work have you already done in Lahaina specific?
Well, the rebuilding, are you talking about the rebuilding process?
Whatever mitigation
in Lahaina?
efforts, what is it?
Yeah, so the rebuilding process that we're going through in Lahaina today restores the service for the people that still need service in that area. That's where those funds have gone to.
And yeah, I take a look at the photos and things of your companies. I see as negligence myself, and I live right there, just a block from where it all occurred, and have survived. And you know, my aloha to the Apr family and every other family in Lahaina. So, yeah, I'm just curious. Also, and that's all. You know, I think negligence has a lot to do with this, and I've heard all the families.
Yeah,
And I don't know how to go about not balancing your bill on the ratepayers' backs, the actual victims, you know. And that's I think the hardship for me to wrap my head around. And also, I mean, before fire, you're already in debt, over $331 million. It's amazing you haven't already filed for bankruptcy since. But, you know, here we are with even more of a tab on your shoulders. And now you're looking for this way to get out. And I think things look like you're lining up to just claim, you know, Chapter 11. And I think the fear at the end of the day is Chapter 5 to liquidate. And as I think Rep. Ward alluded to have some outside entity take over. I'd much rather have a local, obviously, utility company. But, you know, how did that help us? And what are we facing with a local utility? We got people killed. I was in the Hurricane Lane fire, too. And those efforts should have been done. The mitigation plan, as stated, should have been. But it wasn't. So, yeah, I'm not stoked on this bill. I understand why you're trying to go for it. But, again, I just don't see balancing your tab on the ratepayers and the victims due to, as far as I can see, the utilities negligence.
Yeah, and the reason I'm here today to talk about this bill is looking forward. You know, how do we do what we need to do going forward? I think there is a process, there's a legal process. I can't comment on that, but there's a legal process that looks backward at all of those events. And that'll have to be settled in that venue. But to be able to do what we need to do, this is what is required. We need a wildfire protection plan, and we're offering it to be, I mean, everybody that testifies says this is an important issue for the state, that it has to be, because it's such a high risk for the state. In order to do these things, there have to be funds available to do this work.
Okay, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other further questions, members? Representative Portboy.
How much is this going to cost the ratepayers or the consumers?
Well, the way it presented it here is the 5% cap on the residential bills. So the hypothetical example, if, say it was $1 billion, if it was, just for math purposes, it would come out to about 2 to 3% increase. So this 5% cap is to say cumulatively, there will never be more than a 5% increase on bills to do this work.
Okay, so about $5 per $100.
That's right.
Okay.
Maximum.
Okay.
Cumulatively.
Okay, thank you. Further questions?
Sure.
Representative Cochran.
I got word from people in Lahaina that over 1,100 testimonies opposing this were submitted, but I guess consider late testimony perhaps, and why they're not in our testimony list. Is that what occurred?
This is what we received at this point.
as of?
Okay, so nothing came across your desk, I mean, as late, because, yeah, I was told there was over 1,000 opposition testimonies. Anyway, I just
Thank you.
wanted to ask a question.
Any further questions, members? Okay, I have a quick question for you. So, if this bill doesn't pass, what happens?
Yeah, that's why we're here asking for this.
What happens, but?
I'm Kevin Katsura, Director of Non-Rate Proceedings for Hawaiian Electric. Part of if we don't get this funding mechanism, as Vice President Albert said, that, basically, we're going to it's going to be more costly, basically, to do what we need to do. So it's either going to be more expensive, and the way the regulatory process works is that passes on to customers, be more expensive to customers as well, or we're going to have to do a lot less of what we want to do in terms of what we need to do for the fire mitigation. So it's really going to slow down what needs to be done at the pace that we can proceed at.
I mean, the biggest driver for this is to be able to move quicker. So, I mean, I think everybody's familiar with securitization. It allows you to pull those revenues forward to be able to deploy work more quickly. So as Kevin said, I think, the biggest difference is going to be how quickly this can be done.
So if it doesn't move, any kind of mitigation plan or any kind of, it would be delayed by what?
Well, we're actively doing what we can today on the mitigation side, but from an overall plan for the whole state, this is what we need to do that work.
And again, this just sets up the mechanism to allow securitization. Whether or not we can actually use the mechanism is going to be determined by the PUC through a financing order. And there's processes, right, in terms of if people have disputes or comments on how we're using the money, that can be done before the PUC as far as making their arguments, right? The PUC will have to issue a financing order to approve everything. So this really just sets up the mechanism to allow the opportunity to make these arguments and to utilize this mechanism to get the lowest rates available, which would actually help customers in the long run. And we would have to make that case before the PUC.
Okay. All right, thank you. Further questions, members? Representative Ward. We'll go to Representative Kilo.
I just want to clarify something, Hiko. The rate increases are on all customers, not just residential or businesses.
That's correct.
So every ratepayer is affected?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Representative Ward.
Including this building.
And it would be spread, the view would be, it'd be spread equitably across all the islands, not just assigned to Maui. Just to be clear, this would be spread across all the islands.
Chair, I have a question to the gentleman who lost all of his properties on Maui. But could you please step forward? For a while there, I thought you were the fire marshal when you said you did this research and then you did that research. And we haven't heard the FEMA report yet. At least I haven't seen the AG's report. A lot of people saying, look, it's been months and months. What was the cause of the fire? You gave us a tincture of that.
Cause of the fire was that pole 7A that was termite riddled. That broke first at about 2:45 in the morning. When the top breaks off, it's weighted by Spectrum and Hawaiian Telecom equipment lines. Those are heavy lines. So you got half of the pole bobbing in the wind. It's bobbing on these lines because the top half broke off. This pole is connected to pole 25 along Lahaina Luna Road. It's pulling on it and pulling on it. And over the next 15 minutes, it pulled pole 25 out of position and broke the transmission line from pole 25 to pole 24. And that's where the transmission line broke. It fell into the dry grass. There was a arcing, a little bit of an explosion when it breaks, but the line would then default off, okay? It falls in the grass. It does not start the fire.
What time of the day is that you're talking about?
About 3:15 in the morning, okay? It does not start the fire. It's just laying dormant in the grass. Had nothing else happened, no fire would have occurred. At about 6 o'clock, Hawaiian Electric re-energizes the lines while it's sitting in the
You have
dry
proof
grass.
of, you have proof of that?
Yes, we have
Okay.
videos of the lines spiking into the ground.
But the fire that started then was put out by the fire department.
The fire department arrives in about 15, 20 minutes. By 10 o'clock, they called it contained,
Yes.
okay? Not quite extinguished. Fire department hangs there for another 10, 11, 12, 4 hours. They thought it was all out. Unfortunately, some of those embers got into a gully about 50 yards off Lahaina Luna Road. It's a gully about 8 feet deep, maybe 12 feet wide. The reason that's so important is the early fire is grass fires. It's about 3, 4 feet high. The gully is filled with dry trees. It's filled with haulikoa and other big dry trees. So that rekindled at about 2:15 in the afternoon. When that rekindled, you're now dealing with a fire that's 15 or 20 feet high. And it's marching straight down parallel with Lahaina Luna Road toward Lahaina town.
What was the wind velocity at that time?
Less than 80 miles an hour. And these poles that fall should handle up to 110.
So causality is termites, wind.
Termites, and it goes back to what actually Representative Cochran mentioned. 2018 fire was very similar, almost exactly the same area, and they were warned about this. There was a mitigation study by the County of Maui that actually told them, increase your grid, harden or strengthen your poles, and cut away the vegetation that's around your poles. None of that was done. In fact, in 2018 was the Paradise Fire in California. Wiped out, it was called the Camp Fire, wiped out the town of Paradise. After that fire in 2018, these utility companies all got together. How do we minimize the risk or mitigate the risk of wildfires from our power lines? And what the companies on the mainland all came up with is called PSPS, Public Service Power Shutoff. Fancy term for turn off the power when the storms come in. For Hawaii, that's perfect. We know when the storm's coming. We get warnings about hurricanes at least a month and a half earlier. We know when they start near the Gulf of Mexico, and we watch it come across. It is so easy for us to turn off that power. California implemented that plan. Oregon implemented a plan. Washington implemented a plan. Hawaiian Electric refused to do that.
And that's one of the reasons I asked the question is, what have we learned? Because we haven't got the reports yet. What have we learned that we should be legislating or buying and paying for or otherwise making sure it doesn't happen again? So we are not in this session prepared to do that. And that's the frustration that I particularly share.
No, I understand that too. I mean, I can tell you what happened. That's from 2018 to now. I know the vegetation management company that was hired and then stopped from doing their work about 18 months prior to this fire. They gave them a vegetation management plan, how to get rid of the bushes that were catching on fire. They started working, and then they were ordered to stop about 18 months before this fire.
Thank you for your expert testimony. And you're a lawyer. But you know, there's a fire marshal recruitment for that position that's coming up.
I've learned a lot about fires. Can I make one comment about the
Please make another comment about that.
securitization? What's going to happen, and Representative Ward, your comment about bankruptcy is extremely important. The first 3 weeks of this fire, I worked with my fire experts, my pole experts. After that, for 2 months, I worked with my bankruptcy experts. And they're telling me they will declare Chapter 11 sooner or later. And the reason it's important to this issue is what happens here is they'll get more money, the investors will get secured, they'll eventually end up in Chapter 11, and the persons that get
burned,
better word than I was going to use, burned, are the fire victims because there's less money in the company at that point. The investors in the bonds are secured. Hawaiian Electric will come out of Chapter 11, and they will operate after that. The investors in the bonds have a secured position. The bonds have a better position than general creditors. The fire victims are the general creditors that have no rights and will get the crumbs.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Jen, for being here and all the efforts for our town. So you think that this bill, securitization, is premature in a sense, and also the comment, I believe, about it's going to slow the process down, it's in play. So do you have a comment about that?
I think between cutting back on all the dividends and not just reducing it, that's the same thing as what securitization does. Instead of putting it on the ratepayers' back, put it on the shareholders' back, the people who own the company. And you get the same result, assuming the money's there. What the big question I think you should be asking HECO is, are they headed to Chapter 11? I think the answer is yes, they just don't want to tell anybody yet. And that's why we're still going to have to deal with this. And when they do that, all the work here is just going down the drain.
Okay, well, thank you for your efforts. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, members? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We're going to move on to the last bill on the agenda. Moving on to Senate Bill 3344 SD2 HD1 relating to wildfire. First up is Office of the Governor. Okay, thank you. Next up is DCCA Division. Okay, thank you. Next is okay, different part of DCCA. Okay, PUC. Okay, thank you. Next is IBEW 1260. Okay, thank you. Next is Hawaiian Electric.
Aloha Chair Yamashita, members of the committee. Jason Ben, Senior Vice President, Chief Information Officer for Hawaiian Electric, testifying in strong support of SB 3344, SD2, HD1 with amendments. Want to try to address this and try to address some of what was previously discussed. This bill is forward-looking. It's in the public interest. It's intended to protect the people of Hawaii and our economy from a future catastrophic wildfire, regardless of cause. Respect to Mr. Apr, respect to all the people that testified. We've done quite a bit. Our employees have been working round the clock. Some of our employees lost their home. They were working that day to try to restore power. I don't want to get into speculation about the litigation process. That's not the place for it. Our bills are about looking forward. What we're trying to do is, in everything grounded from our CEO down, is what is pono. How do we look forward? How do we help the people of Lahaina? And how do we help protect against a rising catastrophic risk in wildfires that is a problem that is not just a utility problem, it's a changing land use problem. You have fallow plantation land all over these islands. You have rising climate change, and we need to address it collectively and collaboratively. This bill is not the place to adjudicate the case that will have its day in court or through the legal process. We want to put this bill forward because it's in the public interest. It addresses wildfire regardless of the cause. So we proposed amendments. Those amendments fill in the blanks, which is something Representative Ward asked me about the last time here. What are the amounts of the bill? What are the contributions? We want to stress we're sensitive to the state's budgetary constraints. With respect to the state's contribution, we think it can be in the form of a contingent guarantee. It's constitutionally legal under Section 13. I can't remember the article number, but it's in my written testimony. The second thing is we want to acknowledge the concern about rate impact while noting that our contribution to this fund is a form of liability insurance for the future, and it has historically been recovered in rates. I want to note that we proposed our contribution, as well as Mr. Albert's testimony about mitigation, as well as claims, if it becomes necessary. We're supportive of what Mr. Apr and his group have said. From the beginning, I've testified on both sides. We should have the flexibility to allow the PUC to include all three types: 5% is a fair cap. The state of Utah just passed a fire fund that caps its contribution from ratepayers at 5%. Every state is going through this. The state of Hawaii, the people of Hawaii need it to protect against another catastrophe in the future. The last thing, the remainder of our amendments are important clarifications. It makes the bill more effective, and it's responsive to feedback we've got from insurers. We've got that feedback from the auditor's office. And so the bills are ultimately connected, right? We need a wildfire mitigation plan. We need to invest. We need the ability to create this fund to protect against the future. And securitization is the cheapest way to do those functions, including if we need to. And we have not been found negligent or liable yet. That will happen. Whatever happens, happens through the court process. The legal process will occur. But right now, we haven't been found negligent of anything. Should we need to settle claims? We want this ability to do it because there are circumstances where it is the cheapest form of money, and the impact to all ratepayers will be higher if we can't get access to the credit market. It's $30 million a year to borrow $1 billion over 30 years. It's an extra $30 million a year to customers, all customers. So we think this bill is the lowest cost, rapid process for property owners on a rising catastrophic risk every state is facing. It removes the uncertainty of litigation. It helps stabilize key institutions. And Mr. Apr himself said it. We're not the only party in these suits. The state of Hawaii itself, the counties, the utilities, and landowners are all named parties. They're all being destabilized. The economy is being destabilized by the speculation that we might be liable. We shouldn't speculate here. The bills are forward-looking. I have great respect for everybody. We are working our hardest to correct this risk. We're working top to bottom to do the right thing for the people of Lahaina and the people of Hawaii. So I very respectfully request that you move these bills forward. We're open to working with the parties. Mahalo for your support.
Okay, thank you. Next is Hawaii Association for Justice.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Evan Oy, again, on behalf of the Hawaii Association for Justice. We do have concerns with the measure, in particular the immunity provision as provided under Section 18 of the measure for future property damage claims that could arise in a future catastrophic wildfire. So, again, we feel as though immunity from liability removes accountability and is bad state public policy. And as an alternative to that, we did propose language to update Section 16 to potentially resolve some of those concerns in the event of a depletion event should the fund ever be depleted. So we wanted to recommend those amendments at this point in time. But thank you, Chair. We'll be available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Farm Bureau. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none. Questions, members? Representative Ward. I'm sorry, go ahead. Are you going to stand or are you going to testify? If you're going to testify, you got to come forward.
She's not shy. She's been here many times.
Hi, Chair and members of the committee. Janine Suki with Hawaiian Telecom. We would like to just elaborate a little bit on our comments regarding the bill. We do appreciate the previous committee's work to accept our amendments and wish that they stand. And just in comment, the reason why we requested those earlier amendments is because when we looked at other states which established wildfire funds like California and the recent Utah one, one thing that was common with those was the contributors for those funds were limited to the electric utilities that were found to be liable for the potential wildfires. So for those reasons, we stand on our comments.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, again, questions, members?
Yes,
Representative Ward.
Hiko, please. In terms of the fund that this would create,
Yes, sir.
Do you have an estimated amount that it would reach ideally, and then generally how much per
Yes, I
entity
do.
contribution?
We are envisioning a $1 billion fund. Hawaiian Electric's contribution would be 1/3 of that. The state's contribution would be $9 million upfront, and what's called a contingent guarantee, which there's much precedent for in the state. It's constitutionally legal. They could take a reserve without spending any cash, so the vast majority of it wouldn't be cash. It would be a $32.4 million reserve on the budget that won't affect the debt ceiling and would only kick in if other contributors' amounts were depleted first. So the last third, we think makes sense for landowners to contribute to, and we think they will want to. We're aware of lawsuits they're involved with that have nothing to do with electricity.
Is $1 billion enough, given what the estimates were for Maui,
But-
double what was in the hurricanes on Kauai, which was $3 billion?
Right.
This is now $6 billion, and you say this is $1 billion for the future.
We took the public estimates, the midpoint of the public estimates for the impacts on Maui, which is $4 billion. We took what our public estimates for insured versus uninsured losses at 75, 25%, and then we applied the payout amounts we have here to them, and it comes to $1 billion. Yeah. So public information indicates about 75% of losses are insured and 25% are uninsured.
And that's in keeping with the industry averages of California, where others have done the same thing.
It's
We're in the
consistent.
ballpark with the numbers you just gave.
California's bill is different. It doesn't have the benefit of avoiding litigation. There's $21 billion in California. In California, the utilities, as Hawaiian Tel pointed out, we're only the ones implicated, and it's not the same fund. It doesn't avoid liability. It's a fund in which it pays out claims. And so it's $21 billion there. And it's not the best thing for the economy or the public.
You have any comment about being liability-free in the bill?
I think it's no fault. That's the other difference with the other states. Our bill we propose is a no fault. Regardless of fault, it will pay property owners and it'll pay them expeditiously. So it doesn't matter what the cause is. And I think that's a fair trade. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Representative Portboy.
For Hawaiian Electric.
Representative, how are you?
This is the program that would have customers opt out.
Yep.
Have the option to opt out.
Yep.
So if they don't opt out, they're automatically enrolled.
On an annualized basis, that's correct. And we think they'll miss out if you change it around, just like electronic billing. Yep.
Okay, that was what I was going to ask, was if you considered doing it the opposite way so that it's something that is opted into, so it's a more conscious decision.
We think we can do a good job campaigning to make awareness, but if we know, because we've done things like advanced meters and electronic billing, things that people generally want, if they have to opt in, they miss the opportunity, and then it increases the amount of cost we would have to put into the fund. It makes it not economic.
Okay, I understand that, but then when they're automatically opting in, they're automatically giving up some of their rights to legal processes. So that's my concern.
And I understand the concern. I think that they would lose more in the benefit in the alternative, which is and this is, by the way, this is the same function as a class action settlements. People opt out, they don't opt in. So it's kind of constitutionally held as a legal precedent that it is legal. My concern is that people will get their assessment and they won't take the time to opt in and they'll miss the benefit. And if something happens, they'll be right back in the same boat. And it may not be us who caused it. It could be a non-financially capable party, in which case they have nowhere to go. And that's my bigger concern. I think much like something like signing up for electronic billing, in Hawaii, you have to consciously opt into it. So a lot of people who don't want that thing still get it. But there's a great benefit to property owners, right? It's right now, I'm sorry, I thought you were gonna ask another question. Anyway, I'll yield there, but I understand your concern. We've looked at it. To have people opt in, I think would cause it to be ineffective and would cause you to have to do something closer to what California did, which is raise $16 billion. Yep.
Because you think that not enough people would opt in.
I don't think people will take the conscious effort to opt in if it's not an opt-out. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think if it weren't associated with giving up rights to bring claims, then I wouldn't have as much concern for that. But thank you.
Can I clarify that it has to be done annually, so people will have the opportunity to do it more than once.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so members, we're going to recess, and decision-making will on this agenda will be done at the end of the next agenda. And just so people in the audience don't have to wait around for these wildfire bills, we're going to be moving them to end of calendar tomorrow. Okay, so we're going to adjourn, and we're going to move to the next agenda. We're going to recess.
Okay, we're going to convene the Committee on Finance for our fourth agenda. Moving on to, first up is Senate Bill 2504, SD2 relating to state programs. First up is Office, let's see, Hawaii State Energy Office. Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, questions, members? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill. Senate Bill 2537, SD2, relating to energy. First up, Hawaii State Energy Office. Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Questions, members? Okay. Next up is Senate Bill 3021, SD2, HD1, relating to transportation, Department of Transportation. Okay, thank you. Next is Energy Office. Hawaii State, yeah, go ahead. Okay, thank you. Ulupono. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see. Yeah, anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, questions, members? Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to this next bill, Senate Bill 2322, SD1, HD1, relating to water quality. First up is Department of Health.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name is Darryl Lum. I'm with the Department of Health Clean Water Branch. I'm the program manager. The Department of Health stands on our written testimony in support, and we have an offered amendment on the effective date of the measure, and I'll be available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Surfrider Foundation.
Aloha, members of the Finance Committee. My name is Lauren Blickley. I'm with the Surfrider Foundation. Before I get into my testimony, I listened to the testimony from the previous hearing, and I just wanted to say thank you for giving the Lahaina fire victims the opportunity to talk and speak. I'm also a Maui resident, and this has been a huge issue for us. Regarding Senate Bill 2322, please support this measure. We have worked with Department of Health to create a bill that everybody's happy with, and this bill would essentially ensure that the state's water quality, coastal water quality monitoring program is improved, and samples during both brown water advisories as well as when the water is clean. So it's a win-win for our community and for our state, and appreciate your support with it. And with the amendments that have been made to it, it does not have any fiscal implications. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Wastewater Alternatives and Innovation. Why? On Zoom. Okay. Not coming on. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, questions, members? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next
Chair, I
bills.
have a question. The Department of Health?
Please.
Department of Health, are you still here? Clean Water Branch, are anybody?
Yes, I am.
Oh, question. I don't know if you read the Civil Beat article the other day that said even the testing that the Navy has done on Red Hill looks to be like it doesn't meet the standards that it should have met. And now we are, with this bill, testing. And my point is, are we all on the same sheet of music in terms of testing water between what the military said it had been doing for years and now is a mistake? And are you guys in cooperation with them so you're not using the same tests that some other organization said is faulty?
So for this beach monitoring program, we're only talking about bacteria, the enterococci.
So simple stuff compared to what they're doing on Red Hill.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, Senate Bill 2513, SD2, HD1, relating to wastewater systems. First up is Department of Land and Natural Resources. Okay, Department of Health.
Good afternoon, chairs. The department stands on its written testimony commenting.
Thank you. Hawaii Reef and Ocean Coalition.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Ted Boland on behalf of the Hawaii Reef and Ocean Coalition in strong support. Hawaii has, in law, decided to move ahead with upgrade or connection of cesspools by 2050. What this bill would do is make sure that we have the information needed to do this in the best, most affordable way. What kind of technologies you're going to use, we need to investigate, and this bill would provide the opportunity to do that. So we are in strong support of this bill. I think it will save the state and the cesspool owners a lot of money in the long run, so I'd urge its passage, and thank you for hearing the bill.
Okay, thank you. Next up is wastewater and alternative innovation. The one that wasn't here. Okay, not present. Okay. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, questions, members? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on. Senate Bill 2518 SD2 HD1 relating to geothermal energy exploration. First up is Hawaii State Energy Office. Okay, thank you. Ulupono. Okay, thank you. Next is Kioki and Malia for Richard Ha. Or Richard Ha? Not present. Okay, anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none.
Aloha. I would like to testify.
please. Go ahead.
Mahalo for the opportunity to testify. My name is Keone Shizuma, testifying as an individual. I'm opposed to this bill and understand that there is a goal to reach a certain percentage of renewable energy by a certain date. However, I do think that there is less destructive and invasive ways to go about this. Wind, water, and waves are all less destructive and invasive compared to geothermal drilling. Once a hole in the ground is drilled, the ground is changed forever. It is for these reasons I'm opposed to this bill and encourage Hawaii to research less invasive methods of energy creation. Mahalo for your time.
Okay, thank you. I got you. Okay, anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, questions? Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Glick, Energy Office, please. Mr. Glick. Oh, it's all about him, his bill. Anybody geothermal experts? Okay, seeing none.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you. We're moving on to the next bill. Senate Bill 2575 relating to the environment. First up is Office of Foreign Affairs. Okay, thank you. Sustainable Ocean Alliance.
Aloha mai kākou. My name is Conrad Morgan. I'm with the Sustainable Ocean Alliance Hawaii. I am testifying in strong support of SB 2575. This is an opportunity for us to prevent the beginning of an exploitive, greedy, and destructive industry here in Hawaii. The harm that deep seabed mining would bring to Hawaii, our communities, our aina, our kai, and our already hurting marine ecosystems would be both detrimental and irreversible. We have the opportunity before us today to stop this before it starts. I strongly urge you all to do what is just, to do what is pono, and to support SB 2575 to prevent deep seabed mining here in Hawaii. The people of Hawaii say a'ole to deep seabed mining, and I hope that you too can stand with us for the future of our home, the future of our ocean, and the future of our keiki. Mahalo and aloha.
Okay, thank you. Next is Coral Conservation.
Oh.
Yes, Ed.
That's not actually my name.
Conservancy, sorry.
Okay. Aloha, Chairman Yamashita and members of the committee. My name is Ed Bedard. I'm an education and outreach coordinator for the Coral Conservancy. We help with the restoration and conservation of coral reefs of Oahu. We also have outreach and education activities. I am here to speak in favor of SB 2575, the Hawaii State Bill to stop deep sea mining in Hawaiian waters. Coral reefs are very sensitive and are already in dire straits due to climate change. Deep sea mining will do more harm. The rock under the living coral stores CO2, a climate change gas. Damaging this rock, releasing the CO2, along with killing the living reef, is a disastrous idea, environmentally and economically. The effects of deep sea mining are devastating and irreversible to marine ecosystems. The repercussions will be felt throughout the water column and beyond. California, Oregon, and Washington have all passed similar legislation prohibiting deep sea mining in state waters. In international waters now, 25 different countries are calling for a precautionary pause, moratorium, or ban. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is New Earth Flow on Zoom.
Aloha, my name is Alicia Shanti Chauhan. Aloha, Chairman Yamashita and members of the committee. I live in Haiku on Maui and I'm an environmental consultant with New Earth Flow. I am in strong support of SB 2575. Mining in Hawaii's waters will be detrimental to Hawaii's culture and economies. This action would severely disrupt ancient marine ecosystems that are not recoverable. It is simply not worth the risk, especially as deep sea mining is not proven to be financially viable. The ocean supports all of life itself, and it is a sacred place of the creation of life. What we do to the ocean, we do to ourselves. I strongly oppose any form of deep sea mining, and I am in strong support of SB 2575 to protect Hawaiian culture, our home, our ocean, and our island earth. Mahalo nui loa.
Okay, thank you. Next is Greenpeace Hawaii. Okay. Next we have Brittany Kamai.
Aloha mai kākou. Mahalo Finance Committee for having this meeting. I stand with my written testimony in support of SB 2575. I wanted to also highlight how important it is for us right now to make the stand that this is not okay to do, not only in our waters, but in the waters surrounding us. As island people connected through Oceania, we voyage across these waters, and this will happen through our sea roads that connect us to our homelands in the South Pacific. We also are very connected to the marine life, and so any of our thoughts from a finance committee's perspective is that you cannot simply have any of the economies that you think about through fishing and tourism without the life that exists. And even more importantly, our ocean provides so much oxygen. Half of our world's oxygen comes from the ocean, from the marine life that's in there, in addition to being a huge carbon sink. So what we think about protecting our earth from carbon emissions, the ocean is participating in that. So thank you for considering this bill, and I stand in strong support of SB 2575 that'll protect our waters and our lands from hosting an industry like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Jesse Kikivi Abeao. Okay, next is Conrad Morgan. Yeah. Oh, that was you earlier. Okay, sorry. Okay, anybody else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, questions, members? You ready? Okay, Representative Ward.
Forgot your name, young man. Could you come forward? With the long hair, like I used to have it. Genuine. People don't believe that, but it's true. What is China doing in terms of deep sea mining? How close have they come to our borders? Are you what China doing with the monopoly on rare earth minerals?
I'm aware that they're one of the highest exploiters of the high seas, of our non-regulated zones in the areas beyond national jurisdiction in many fronts, including deep sea mining. I'm not sure about the specifics in how close they've gotten to the Hawaiian Islands. Not particularly, no. I'm not aware. That's not my area of expertise.
To what, 2 miles or 3 miles?
I believe 3.
I agree with everything you said, except if what China's doing and then hell holds the world hostage because they're the only ones who went and did the minerals, that is the long-range concern.
May I ask a question?
No, yeah, you don't ask questions, sorry.
I like your bravery on that. That's good.
Okay, members, any other questions? Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 3010, SD1, HD1, relating to renewable energy. First, we have the PUC. Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, members, questions? Okay, thank you. We'll move to the next bill, Senate Bill 2285 SD2 HD2, relating to the State Health Plan and Development Agency. Where first up is Hawaii State Plan and Development Agency. SHPTA.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita, honorable members. I'm Dr. Jack Lewin, the administrator of SHPTA. I was recruited by Governor Green to help achieve his vision of Hawaii, the health state. It's really time for SHPTA to go back to its original purposes as oversight, and I just wanted to say that we'll stand by our testimony, but I think that it's really good to know that we now have access to the data that we need and the data that we can use to monitor access to care, to monitor equity, to monitor quality of care, cost effectiveness and affordability, and workforce issues in a way that we should as a state. It's time for us to do that. If we do, and we focus on prevention, chronic disease, reducing chronic disease progression, and using home and community-based services to allow people in kupuna to age at home, we can save billions of dollars, improve the health of our state and our population health. It's a privilege to be here working on this with you. Mahalo nui loa for this.
Okay, thank you. And I did get your email, so I did read it. Thank you. Okay, next up is Department of Human Services.
Aloha, Chair, members of the committee. I'm Judy Moore Peterson, MedQuest Administrator. On behalf of the Department of Human Services, we really appreciate this bill, and we do defer to the Department of Health and SHPTA regarding their implementation and resource needs. We also just respectfully request that any appropriation not reduce or replace budget priorities identified in the executive budget. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Next is Department of Health. Okay, thank you. Next is the Hawaii Association of Health Plans. Not here, okay. Next is HMSA. Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, members, questions? Okay, moving on. Okay, we move on to the next bill. Okay, moving on to the next bill, Senate Bill 3126 SD1 HD1, relating to emergency air medicine services. First up is Hawaii Health Systems Corporation. Not here. Okay, next is Department of Health.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Lauren Kim, Planning and Policy Officer for the Department of Health. The department strongly supports SB 3126 HD1, and we ask that the measure move forward with pretty substantive amendments. We are still in negotiations with counties and stakeholders on the very fragile state of our aeromedical statewide network. Neighbor Island residents in particular have inequitable and disparate access to emergency life-saving air evacuation, medical evacuation. And there are various proposals, including this bill, which is part of Governor Green's package. The amendments that we have provided, I'm sorry, let me take a step back. The original model of this bill was to have a backup to the private sector that basically operates medical evacuation. As we negotiate with the counties, we are unpacking numerous complications, many layers to the onion. Every county is different in very substantive ways. And the amendments we're proposing takes it to the opposite end of the spectrum, where instead of a public-private partnership that's a backup, the proposed HD2 proposed is a completely state-owned and state-financed plan. That's not necessarily what we're advocating for, but quite frankly, we are trying to preserve as much flexibility and room for conference managers to negotiate, hopefully something in the middle, or something closer to where we can have a more robust and resilient air medical system. So we ask that the bill move forward with the understanding that a lot of work needs to happen and may or may not be accomplished by sign or die. But adopting our HD2 proposed will provide quite a bit of maneuverability for managers depending on how the legislature decides to appropriate or not appropriate funds for this purpose. I'm available for questions. I also have a colleague online who can go into much more detail about some of the specifics of each county and some of the different leasing and ownership models for aeromedical transport. So thank you very much, and we're available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Fire Department.
Fire Chief Kazuo Todd from the Hawaii Fire Department. We stand in strong support of this bill and are basically here in case there's any questions in terms of our model. We do understand that there is a difference depending on which island you're on, and each of us has adopted different ways of addressing the needs. But as far as the Hawaii Fire Department and from what I know from my coworkers on the other islands, we're all on strong support and looking forward to see however it gets worked out in each island, but we think it's a good thing for the state as a whole.
Okay, thank you. The next is the Daniel R. Sayer Memorial Foundation. Okay, they couldn't make it. Okay, next is HMSA. Okay, thank you. Next is Dr. Frank Sayer. That's the same. Can't make it. Okay. Okay, anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, questions, members. Representative Ward.
In terms of the models of ownership, is this going to be like the EMS, we basically contract with a private company, or is it actually government's going to buy helicopters and?
For the HD2 proposed, which is on the other end of the continuum of the original SB 3126, it's 100% state financed, 100% state owned. The Department of Health would contract out probably to set up a dispatch system. So when there's a county request that comes through for medical evacuation, fire suppression, search and rescue, law enforcement, state central dispatch will send rotary aircraft based on that need.
Owned and operated and maintained by the state.
In the HD2 proposed, there are many other different permutations of this, but so we're being a little strategic prior to, we hope this gets to conference, where we can, like I said in my testimony, be able to discuss everything in between from a public-private partnership to 100% state
Does
assets.
any other state show you that's a viable alternative? The government actually runs a helicopter service? Maybe, does Alaska do that, or do they private sector it? Because they got airplanes just to get from.
They have more
here to Maui.
airplanes than cars, I understand, but they have oil money. So it's.
But the private sector or the government sector?
Government, I don't have an answer for you. I just know that they have much different revenue streams
Yeah,
that
don't
make things for Alaska, such as a statewide telehealth network, more robust than what we have in Hawaii because of oil revenue.
You mentioned telehealth. How much of that is being utilized?
Today?
Yes, of.
Oh, gosh, about 10 years ago, it was less than 2 or 3%. Obviously, there was I think Queens has been quoted, I'm going to hopefully correctly quote Queens in their internal study, that there was a 65-fold increase during the pandemic. That is beginning to fall back a little bit. Some people just enjoy in-person
So it's
visits.
what, now 5% of their services? 10%?
10, 15%,
Okay,
I
so
would say.
it's
It's
still small.
gaining, it's convenient.
What do we give for the EMS, the ambulances? How much do we pay? This has got a $29 billion price tag on it. What do we pay?
I have a colleague online. Robert, are you available to give a precise dollar amount for the ground ambulance?
For which island?
Statewide.
Statewide.
25 for the Big Island, 25 million for the Big Island,
16 million for Maui and 10 million for Kauai.
So the 29 million comes in much less than that. How many helicopters are we talking about?
One in every major county, so 4, and they're capable of inter-island transport. So for example, there are helicopters on the Big Island and Maui, but they cannot fly between islands because you have to have 2 engines per FAA regulations.
Do you recall why HD2 put it into government ownership rather than keeping it or subbing it out to private sector?
Yeah, that was a deliberate move on our part so that
You trust government can run it better than the private sector?
Private sector, the private sector runs it now, and I think Neighbor Island residents will be able to attest better than I can about their accessibility. So I'll
Things
leave
are
it to
allowed
those
be
residents to
desired,
do
yeah.
that.
Which is a management issue. And often.
And certainly, there were multiple providers, but over time, I think market forces, the price of aviation fuel have driven many of the, there's only one private enterprise left. Certainly, there are efficiencies in the private sector that we want to take a look at in terms of public-private partnerships. But again, we're mostly positioning ourselves for conference so that we can have a variety of issues on the table.
But right now, you're for HD2 government ownership of it.
Correct. 100% state-funded, 100% state-run.
I know it's needed, but whether that's the mechanism is.
Well, the ground ambulance is 100% state-funded.
With operating it is what my concern is.
Yeah, and so the operating models some of them are going through the state. So the fire chief mentioned that on the Big Island, first responders are attached to county government. And on other jurisdictions like Maui, it's the private sector. So we can compare and contrast those business models. But again, as we all know, every island is different, geography-wise, distances between urban centers and rural areas. So as this committee well knows and this legislature well knows, one size doesn't always fit all.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Okay, thank you. Representative Morcall.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Lauren. The cost for air ambulance from the neighbor island to Oahu, it runs in the $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 range, correct, for a person. And if they don't have insurance, obviously, I'm not sure who pays it. Who pays that?
I don't have an answer for that, Robert. So there are charters that are pulled together. There is an inter-island benefit for Medicaid.
But if they're not Medicaid.
But if not Medicaid, that's a problem. And I'll turn it over to Robert in a sec. Each version of the proposal, we do plan on maximizing reimbursement. So whatever county, in whichever county an emergency medical air evacuation dispatch occurred, the county is required to provide within 30 days as much information as possible for us to bill private insurance. What those rates are probably need to be negotiated over time because the volume just isn't there, which probably explains why the price per flight is so expensive, among other variables like the volatility of air fuel.
Right.
Robert, do you have anything to add in terms of current costs?
So to answer her question, the client pays because under the current model, it's 100% private already.
So if we can use this for fire suppression or whatever other rescue with the fire department and to help neighbor island people come to the medical services they need, then that really makes sense because government is not there to make money. They're there to provide the service, right?
And that's the way we're looking at it, as a service right now that relies on market forces and a profit motive.
Yes, yes.
And, the legislature in its wisdom decades ago said, whether you're a Nu'uanu or Na'alehu, you have, on paper at least, you're equidistant from an ambulance station,
Yes.
traffic and other things notwithstanding. And I think everybody agrees that was the right call. But, flying helicopters around the place is expensive.
It is,
And
right.
getting multi-purpose, more than one purpose, fire suppression, law enforcement, et cetera, hopefully incentivize, it makes a better use case for keeping skills sharp, pilot man hours, and
Yes.
even clinical staff
So I can
hours.
understand where this is very important to move that conversation forward because we got to get the counties on board. And because it has to be equitable for neighbor island people. It's, like you're here, you just jump in the ambulance and you get to where you need to go. But when you got to fly, Yeah, it's really difficult. for
We
us.
certainly support equitable access. The question becomes, how are the expenses going to be divvied
Right.
up, if at all, which is obviously a call for this body to make.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to the next bill. Moving on to Senate Bill 2605 SD2 HD1 relating to healthcare. First up is DCCA. Okay, thank you. Okay, you know what, that's DCCA also. Department of Labor and Industrial Relations. On Zoom.
Good evening, Chair and members of Finance. Joanne Vittenhar with Department of Labor, and we stand on our testimony supporting Part 2 of the measure.
Okay,
Thank you. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Okay, next up is the Stonewall Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii. Not present. Okay, next is the Planned Parenthood Alliance Advocates.
Good evening, Committee Chair. We will stand on our written testimony and just highlighting two requested amendments. The first being, since the ACA already requires no cost sharing coverage for PrEP and HPV, this also means that these services are mandated under the Prepaid Healthcare Act. So adding these two services back into the bill would be reflective of the current federal mandates, and we urge the committee to do so. The second is to respectfully request that we be added to the working group in Part 2 of the bill. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Next is Hawaii Association Healthcare Plans. Okay, HMSA. You Aloha Care. Present. Okay, anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, questions, members. Representative Takanouchi.
For Planned Parenthood, please. Jen Wilbur, if you're still there.
Jen Wilbur.
Oh, did we lose her? Oh.
You left?
Maybe for Insurance Commissioner then? So I know a lot of the changes that we made in Health Committee were around this conversation about the ERISA exemption and making sure that we don't potentially lose that. So in I was gonna just follow up because in Planned Parenthood testimony, they have this line about, okay, so they say, we believe REA would not qualify as substantial change such that this would revoke our state's ERISA exemption, particularly because revocation would require an act of Congress. So I just kind of wanted to get more clarification about that kind of assessment and, yeah, moving forward, are we going to be okay about that? Because we did talk a bunch about it with those changes that Health Chair made.
So, as I've testified in the past with respect to this bill or similar bills, Hawaii, again, there's two things, right? One is with respect to the Prepaid Healthcare Act, which was passed in 1974, and there is the ERISA exemption where substantive changes or mandates could not occur. If that, we may potentially lose our ERISA exemption and Prepaid Healthcare Act would go away. The other thing is with respect to the ACA, when it was passed in 2010 and it really became effective in 2014, there's what we call the 10 AHB, the Essential Health Benefits. The way ACA is crafted is that from 2014, if the state mandates new benefits that are outside of the 10 AHB or the plan that we had selected as the benchmark plan, the state could potentially be subject to defrayment for cost of additional benefits that was added beyond what's contained in the AHB and the benchmark plan. And so that's the two concerns that we're raising with respect to any potential benefits. in our analysis, and most of I believe the benefits are either covered under the benchmark plan that we selected. But there may be some benefit there that's in a gray area that we're not absolutely certain. And that could potentially cause a threat to Hawaii losing our ERISA exemption if we mandate that benefit, or be subject to defrayment. I mean, so that's really the thing that to keep in mind and what we're saying in our testimony.
When we say, when you reference substantial changes, who's making that determination? I guess.
Wait, sorry.
You know when you said we can't make substantial changes to the plan. Who's determining what a substantial change is?
Well, I mean, we're not the legal experts here, right? I mean, whether it's the Attorney General's office that would look at that as to whether it would create substantive changes that potentially we would lose our ERISA exemption.
I guess, I mean, if it were to be put in jeopardy and we were to lose it, who would be making that determination that we had made substantial changes?
Well, I think the federal government would be, because that's the act of Congress, right, that passed the exemption.
Yeah, so, okay. Okay.
Or there could be potential court challenges, right, that could be brought to this very issue.
Okay. I might follow up with you separately about some other stuff later. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 3128 ST2 HD1 relating to Act 12 Session Laws of Hawaii 2021. First up is Executive Office. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong bill. First up is Department of Health.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. Lauren Kim, once again, Planning and Policy Officer for DOH. The department submitted comments requesting reverting this measure back to the ST2. And, I'd like to also request if this committee so chooses to revert to ST2 to also perfect the date. Thank you, and we're available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Next is Oahu Region, HHSC.
Good afternoon, Chair, committee members. Sean Sanat on behalf of the HHSC Oahu region. We did submit comments. Like the Department of Health, we do also prefer the SD2 in all candor. But at the same time, if it happens to be the will of the legislature that we still pursue further evaluation of the feasibility, then of course we'll comply. On that note, I'll be available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else to testify? Questions, members? Okay, moving on to the next bill. Senate Bill 3087 SD1 HD1 relating to early learning. First up is Executive Office on Early Learning.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita, members of the committee. Thank you very much for hearing this measure. I'm Yuko Arikoa-Cross, Director of the Executive Office on Early Learning, and we stand in strong support of this bill. So the intention of this bill is to expand public-private partnerships, and currently EOEL has the authorization to administer pre-plus contracts through a public-private partnership on Department of Education campuses, and we like to be able to expand this to other available public property. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next is Office of Hawaiian Affairs. Okay, thank you. Next up is Hawaii State Department of Education. And next we have Hawaii State Public Charter School Commission.
Aloha, Chair, committee members. PJ4 on behalf of Dr. Ed No at the State Public Charter School Commission. We stand on our submitted testimony in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. AA Coalition. Thank you. Early Childhood Action Strategy. Okay, not present. Okay, anyone else wishing to testify? Questions, members? Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 2240 SD2 HD1 relating to elections. First up is Office of Elections. Thank you. Next is Hawaii Election Commissioners. In opposition. Okay, next, Hawaii Federation of Republican Women on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Jamie Detweiler, Hawaii Federation of Republican Women, testifying in strong opposition of HB 2240 for a number of reasons. I stand on my written testimony, but I'd like to highlight a number of points. The first one being privacy issues. May I remind everyone that the Electronic Registration Information Center, otherwise known as ERIC, is incorporated. It's a private, nonprofit, nonpartisan organization. It is not a government organization. ERIC practices have been found to be in violation of several federal statutes, including Help America Vote Act, National Voter Registration Act, and the Driver's Privacy Protection Act. Again, I want to emphasize that these violations are very concerning. There are issues such as our personal identifying information, such as our name, birth date, and the last four of our social security number, which is shared with this third-party organization, and that's of concern to us. Secondly, this bill places a financial burden on the people of Hawaii. Every state who participates in ERIC is required to pay an annual fee. Some states are paying $175,000 or more per year. The state election office, our state election office, could better use this money to improve the integrity of their election process, such as cleaning our voter rolls, conducting hand-counted paper ballot audits, and improve the chain of custody procedures that are in place right now. Another concern is that it does not prevent illegal voting. Per ERIC's website, it's a tool available to help election officials maintain accurate voter rolls and detect possible illegal voting. There are no public records to date showing ERIC detected any illegal voting. So again, where is our money value there? Additionally, over 9 states have removed themselves from participating in ERIC programs due to concerns over privacy issues and mismanagement. Please do not pass SB 2240. Please hold the Office of Elections and our county election office clerks accountable for cleaning their voter rolls. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Next is Ralph Cushining. Sorry. Present. Noella Von Wigant. Responding, Connie Solomon. Present, Anna Marie Hamilton.
Here, present.
Okay.
My name is Anne Marie Hamilton. I'm a concerned voter from Kauai, and I'm opposed to SB 2240, otherwise known as ERIC. ERIC was founded by a far-left political organization, and it's not bipartisan in any sense of the word. The left, as we all know, is not in the business of cleaning voter rolls because they believe that somehow reducing voter rolls is voter suppression. They are, in fact, in the serious business of expanding voter rolls. Excuse me. To that point, in every ERIC-aligned state, voter rolls have expanded dramatically due to their voter roll maintenance, not the other way around. In fact, since ERIC has been maintaining state voter rolls, they have somehow managed to come up with 17 million new voters. In fact, according to Judicial Watch and also Kat Stanzel of the American Policy Center, half of ERIC's states now have more names on the state voter rolls than their number of voting age citizens. Here are the numbers. Alaska, 121.7% more names on the voter rolls than voting age citizens in their state. Colorado, 103.6 more. Delaware, 104.1 more, Georgia, 103.6 more, Nevada, 101.1 more, Rhode Island, 102, South Carolina, 101.8, Illinois, 108.2, Kentucky, 106.5, Maine, 106.9, Maryland, 100.4, Michigan, 108.1, and Washington, 100%. If you are not aware, ERIC is part of a larger plan to centralize all state-controlled voter rolls into one large centralized controlled voter list at the federal level. This centralization of federal control and power over our voter rolls will be the nail in the coffin of states' attempts to keep their elections fair and honest and from being controlled by powerful DC special interests. In addition, the Help America Vote Act says that states must not give away their voter roll to third-party organizations. So for Hawaii to partner with ERIC is a direct violation of this federal law. The bottom line is to maintain up-to-date and accurate voter rolls, states must stop outsourcing voter roll maintenance efforts to politically driven third-party groups like ERIC, and instead follow the lead of other states that are using their own rolls to achieve clean and accurate rolls and restore their citizens' faith in the voting process. Restoring voter confidence in Hawaii should be your top priority as our elected officials, since according to the Heritage Foundation and their 2024 Election Integrity Scorecard, the great state of Hawaii is dead last for voter confidence that their votes will be counted accurately. That's dead last of all the states in the union. Let that sink in, dead last. We need to do better. We need to earn the trust of the Hawaiian citizens in their voting and their election processes. Therefore, we need to keep our voter rolls out of the hands of third-party political organizations like ERIC. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mary Healy. Present. Okay, anyone else wishing to testify on this measure?
Yes, it's me, Noella Von Wiegand. I was on there and I went to unmute and the function went away very quickly.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Is it okay if I still testify, sir?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. Aloha, everybody. I'm in opposition to this for a lot of reasons. The ones stated by Ms. Detweiler and the lady right before me are very clear. The thing that I think about personally is the fact that, to my knowledge, I could be wrong about this, nobody in the state of Hawaii, the citizens, we the people, have not been given a choice to opt out of enrolling in the ERIC system should the state of Hawaii decide to take our money and fund this, pay for this annual fee. We're struggling as it is, so I don't even have to go there. But the other thing that I'm very concerned about is my own personal vote. I want to go back to the old school way. That was fun. It was a wonderful day, and we all had a great time to do our civic duty. The problem with this, just from my perspective and other people's perspective who I've spoken about, is they don't want their personal information turned over to a third-party private company. Just look at what happened with AT&T a few days ago, the data breach. I have been data breached 3 different times with my medical information. This is very scary territory. And the last thing that's very important that you must all remember is the fact that many people will not subscribe to this because they do not want their personal information being out there to gosh knows who in the mainland to some third party. And lastly, this is opening up the state for lawsuit after lawsuit from citizens just saying you interfered with my ability to go down and do my civic duty. I just don't want this. And if it goes through, I probably will not vote. That is a very sad testimony. And I implore you, I ask you all to think about this because each and every one of you, all of us are subject to this sort of a data breach. And we have to bring it back to same day, 1 day paper ballots, signature verification. It was like that before and everybody was happy. And that's what I have to say about it. And thank you very much for allowing me this. But if you guys employ this, I'm telling you straight out of the gates, I won't be able to vote because I don't have the opt-out. You have to give the people, do you want to do it this way or that way? You cannot expect people to give their social security numbers and everything else. It's too scary out there, and the dark web is just waiting for stuff like this. So please be very very prudent about this. Once again, thank you very, very much, all you guys. I know we can do this. Let's make a success for each and every one of us. And please don't waste the taxpayers' money anymore. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Okay, thank you. You wish to come forward?
Aloha, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. My name is Adriel Lamb. I'm a concerned citizen, and I want to testify in person today because I'm very concerned about many of the bills that have come through this legislature in this last session that continue to erode the trust and confidence of our elections in Hawaii. This is one of those. This is the one that the Election Commission had recommended not to approve in their meeting in February. This legislation proposes something to put into a private company, which is something that we could do ourselves. What is this? Access to driver's license records, social administration records, United States Postal Service, national change of address. Those are things our state can already do. Why do we need to outsource this to someone else, put it into a larger database? In essence, give up our sovereignty, our critical infrastructure to someone else to feed to us. In the testimony, and I hope you had the opportunity to read through 3 full meetings of testimonies in opposition to this bill. I provided one report from the Public Interest Legal Foundation where ERIC has been feeding dead and foreign nationals into their database. They had to go catch it and pull it out. ERIC has not demonstrated their ability to remove ineligible persons from the voter rolls. And those are just concerns for the other committees. I ask you here too, then, is that in this bill, there is no figure for how much we're going to spend for this bill. Someone said 175,000. What is that number? And are we going to continue to spend into something that we're giving up our sovereignty to someone else? Or we could do that here, right here in Hawaii. We do have very talented and capable people here in Hawaii who could do that and provide the expertise to clean up our voter rolls. What I see in this bill is another excuse to say, this is too big for us to manage. We need to give it to someone else because Hawaii can't just clean up our voter rolls. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I ask you to vote in opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify?
Yes, Your Honor. Chair, my name is Kahiolani Papalimu.
Okay, please proceed.
Aloha. I think I was waiting for my name, but you called the Elections Commission.
Okay.
I am commissioner on the State Elections Committee for the island of Hawaii. And in February, and I really want to make this clear because I was so disheartened that you weren't made aware prior to this meeting, that the State Elections Commission brought this up in our February meeting. We discussed it for almost an hour. We took a vote on it and it did not pass. The State Elections Commission is not supportive of this bill. And I'm hoping that all of you are aware of that or are being made aware of that today. I want to refer back to what Adriel just spoke. Adriel said the 4 things that Eric does. Eric does access to Social Security. It's what the Office of Elections already has. It gives you access to the DMV, the state DMV. We already have that access. It gives you access to the U.S. Postal Service address changes. We already have that access. The only other thing left that Eric gives you is it gives every single name of people over the age of 18 that live in the state of Hawaii who are not registered to vote. So these are people that are available to be registered voters, are over the age of 18, have a driver's license, and so they are being targeted as new voters. That's what Eric is primed to do. The problem with this is that ERIC is not designed to determine whether that Department of Motor Vehicle holder or that Social Security number holder is an eligible voter. Are they a citizen of the United States? They don't know that. They can't get that information because that information is not given. And so what this does is it allows this nonprofit third party access to our records, our voter records, our citizen records here in Hawaii, the DMV, their Social Security, etc. And it allows them to target these people to get them registered to vote. If you look at the job of what the Office of Elections is supposed to do, it is the job of the Office of Elections to outreach for voter registration. It is the job of the Office of Elections to be in touch with Social Security and take deceased people off the list. It is the job of the Office of Election to check with the U.S. Postal Service and clean up addresses, get in touch with these people who have moved. This is a bill designed to take away the job from the Office of Election and to pay money to an outside organization, which is a nonprofit. And so then what is the role of the Office of Elections going to be? Just to count voting numbers every 4 years? The fact that we are dead last in election integrity in the United States of America is sad. In 1959, when Hawaii became a state, their first held federal election, we had one of the highest rates of participation. And so I do not see us having to break this budget, because that's what it says in the bill, that this will take us over the budget. There's no amount in there. We have not been given an amount by Mr. Nago. He has never answered that question to the commission. How much is this going to cost? And I'm wondering if the Finance Committee has a number of what this is going to cost. It says in there that the state who joins will be mandated to use these functions. Well, what happens if we don't use it? What happens if something occurs and we don't do it? Is there repercussion? Is there a fine? What happens to all of the data we gave them? Do they hold that hostage? Does it become their property? And I think we haven't thought about what we're doing to our people in Hawaii by giving their information that they have not given us permission to use and to send it to someone. We don't know who. It's out there. It's a nonprofit. They have a board of directors. They have no offices. They won't tell you where their servers are located, whether it's in the United States or outside of the United States. And I think that's a big problem. Data security has become one of the largest problems with the internet. And for us to have spent the time, to have gone over all of this at the commission, to have voted on this, and to have said, no, the commission does not support this, I really feel was an important piece of news for you folks that are voting on this. So I really appreciate your time. I thank you very much for allowing me to testify. I did a written testimony day before yesterday. It was green highlighted, but then all of a sudden it disappeared this morning when I was checking for it. So I really do appreciate being able to speak with all of you today. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, members, questions?
Yes, I wanted to testify. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
My name's Jackie Nelson. I'm opposed to ERIC. I think it's a horrible idea. I've volunteered at a lot of elections here on Kauai since I moved here over 20 years ago. Before that, I volunteered in other states. I've always been involved in the election process. It's a personal process. It needs to be handled by human beings. We can't farm this out to a program and bots. It's a road that once we start going down it, we will not be able to turn around and get back to where we were. I don't trust it. I don't think the purpose is list maintenance. I think it's list access. It's not going to be more accurate. It violates privacy. And we already have people in place, like somebody said earlier, that are supposed to be doing this job. We need to hold them accountable. We should not pay money for this. It's just a horrible, horrible, horrible idea. And I feel like it's being kind of pushed behind the scenes. A lot of people don't know about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to testify? Okay,
Aloha, yes. If you can hear me, I'd like to testify.
yeah, please
Can you hear me?
proceed. Proceed.
Mahalo. I am absolutely opposed to this bill, SB 2240. If the Office of Voter Elections has already voted no on this, this likely should never have even gotten as far as it is to you. We being number 50 in the entire nation in voter integrity and election integrity, we need to work on fixing those problems and not outsourcing the problems the state of Hawaii already has. I believe that Anne Marie Hamilton and Jamie Datweiler spoke very eloquently on why this is such a damaging and dangerous bill, and I don't even think it should be discussed as far as it not have gotten past the elections office. That's all I have to say. Mahalo and aloha.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, questions, members. Representative Ward.
Nago, you're still here. Thank you for being here. Mr. Nago, it's rather surprising to see that your board of directors or those that hire and fire and give you a raise and otherwise are opposed to this. How do you explain that? You work for them or something? There's got to be a relationship between the board and the one who runs the show, so.
So the board is the Elections Commission is responsible for the hiring and firing of the chief election officer, as well as advising the Office of Elections on what to do, or advising them on election-related matters. So the board took up the commission took up the position that they weren't going to support Eric. However, as the Office of Elections, this is just a tool for us to maintain the voter rolls. I'm not going to testify in opposition to maintaining the voter rolls. And what
But you are testifying in opposition to basically your advisors.
they advised, the commission took up a position to not support Eric. That is not the position of the office.
And the reason for that is because of,
Because this, like I said, this is for voter registration rules.
well, what do we get out? You know, I asked you this question years ago, and you said, look, I can't clean up the rolls because you guys don't give us the money to hire the people to clean the rolls up.
I don't believe I said that.
Well, that's the only excuse I've ever heard
No.
that's
So
come
the
out of
reason,
your office.
the rolls are cleaned up pursuant to federal law, which is the National Voter Registration Act. We can only remove a voter for a mailing piece of, an election mailing returned to the office or to the county clerk's office. We cannot remove them for any other reason than that. And when we remove them, once we get the return mailer, we can, we have to flag them, and we can't actually remove them for they become inactive, and we can't remove them until after 2 general election cycles. That's why the rolls contain that many voters on there, even though they're not here, because the National Voter Registration Act, which is a federal law, prohibits us from removing them until 2 general election cycles pass. What Eric will do is it will help us maintain the rolls by making it a national level. So if somebody, for example, moves to the mainland, like goes to college, like a child goes to college, but the parents still live there, the mailing will not come back because a lot of parents don't send that mailer back. But if that kid goes to college, then moves there after graduating and applies for a driver's license, Eric will flag Hawaii so that we have something to start the removal process.
Okay, how many people die in Hawaii every year?
That I don't know. I don't know.
Well, how do you get them off the rolls right now, given your
So
system?
we can remove people who die in Hawaii off the rolls.
But how do you find out is the
We
question.
get it from the Department of Health. But if you die on the mainland, we don't get that information.
So do you get death certificates from mortuaries or?
Only for if you passed away in Hawaii. That's why Eric would help us also.
So you couldn't clean the rolls without Eric?
We could clean the rolls. Eric would just help us better clean the rolls.
So you're saying you can't do, if we don't do Eric, you can't do any better than you're doing now?
Well, we'd still have to follow the federal law.
Okay, but back to my original question, because what your advisors have told you as the Elections Commission and what you're doing, you have no sense of disparity between you being their employee and what they've said for you to do, you're not doing.
They advise,
They advise you.
yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Representative Cochran.
Hi, Director Nago. How is this going to assist Lahaina and all the displaced and people moving out, moving, and they still want to move back to Lahaina when they can still vote for House District 14. And so how is this assisting, if at all?
It really wouldn't make a difference for the voters of Lahaina. So what we did for the voters of Lahaina is we've sent out a mailer, I want to say at the end of last year, basically asking them to update their mailing address so that they would still continue to receive their ballot, because ballots are not forwardable through the mail. That's part of the federal law where if it bounces back, that's where we can begin the removal process. So we've asked them to update their mailing address so that their ballot can go to their mailing address and they'd still be able to vote.
Like an absentee type way?
No, so the law for elections by mail, the Hawaii Revised Statute states that you can designate a mailing address as long as it's in the state of Hawaii. So you can have your ballot mailed anywhere, not to your residence, but as long as it's a Hawaii address.
Okay, thank you, Representative Ayu.
I have some questions on what kind of data is shared with Eric. I mean, there's been some testimony about sharing data. Do they get our data or do we get data from Eric?
So they get our data, and what Eric would do is, like I said, they'll flag, for example, if somebody applied for a driver's license in an Eric participating state, that Eric will flag Hawaii and let them know that that voter probably no longer lives in Hawaii because they applied for a driver's license on the mainland. And then we can begin the removal process of removing them. Absent of anything like that.
Okay.
Other than
When we
a
talk about data, what are you talking about? Like names, birth dates, addresses, social security numbers? So
One of the requirements that Eric would, we would have to provide Eric would be the driver's license database. So whatever's in the driver's license database.
So that's not social security numbers, though, right?
I don't believe you put in your social security number when you apply for a driver's license. As well as you don't provide your social security number when you register to vote either.
And is there any does Eric provide us any privacy indemnification as far as data is concerned, or do they promise not to sell data or use data?
Yeah, they're a nonprofit and that they're not in the business of selling the data.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Further questions?
I have a follow-up.
Okay, please,
You
Representative
said
Wood.
they were a nonprofit, but they are an INC, which is a for-profit incorporation, unless there's a different terminology.
My understanding is they're a nonpartisan nonprofit organization. I'm not a business major, so I'm not familiar with what an INC entails.
You an INC, it means incorporated, and you have limited liability, et cetera, et cetera. So you have no concern about the privacy stuff, giving all this information to what otherwise is a private company on the mainland, which would have, and the biggest concern is when people move away, we're gonna know on the rolls. But the biggest thing, and I think it's Mr. Lamb's point, are they helping us with the dead people? Because that seems to be a big issue.
Yes, but like I said, we get the death certificates for people who pass away in Hawaii.
How much lag time when you get them?
I believe it's within a month. But if you passed away, if you were on a trip on the mainland and you passed away there, we would not get the death certificate from.
Chair, I have a question to Mr. Lamb.
Yeah, please.
You've brought forward issues about who have passed away, who have not been on the rolls. Through your experience, what's your sense of the roles in those who have deceased and are still on it?
So I'll echo what Mr. Nago has said, that if they die in the state of Hawaii, they are removed. And I've seen that. They do remove them quite quickly. Unfortunately, in COVID, many people I knew passed away in those couple of years, and they're not in the rolls. However, I do, in the past couple of years too, I've had people mention to me that my grandmother passed away 20 years ago. My daughter passed away 15 years ago. They're back on the voter rolls. How did that happen? Where is that data coming from? And as Mr. Nago says, we do not, if they pass away somewhere else, how do we get that information? I did not hear that Eric will do that for us. And as DMV goes, we all know when we apply for a DMV that they ask, are you registered somewhere else out of state? So there's already that mechanism for states to communicate with each other about changes in their driver's licenses. Why isn't that already being used? Why do we need Eric to do that for us?
The other question came up with a different testifier about why those who were in Eric left Eric. Are you familiar? I think it was Ms. Detweiler who mentioned that. Are you familiar with why they left?
I'm not familiar with the details, but many states have left, and one of them was Virginia, and that's in the report, that's in the testimony from March 15th, is that they're being fed a bunch of data that people were ineligible to vote. They were given a list of eligible but unregistered, and these turned out to be foreign nationals and also dead people.
Eligible but unregistered.
But unregistered.
So they said, I'm not paying my dues.
They said, we're out of here. Chair Tarnas, who also took hearings for this in Judiciary Committee, always talked about his experience of talking to Eric officials in Texas, state of Texas, how good it was and how he found some good information about Eric. But Texas also removed themselves from Eric.
Concern is we're losing 15,000 people per year, and Eric is facing those people, but those people are gone. Paying $100,000 a year for, to me, is very. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, Representative Ayub.
Mr. Nago, do you guys track as far as voter ballots returned that you suspect were not cast by that individual? Do you guys track that, or is that?
That would be something that, so the mailing out and receipt of the ballot is actually statutory responsibility of the various counties. But they do track, my understanding is they do track that information.
Okay, so that's not your responsibility to prosecute or determine or investigate those issues?
No.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you for the questions. Representative Morcal.
I'm puzzled because there's so much opposition to this. You're the only one saying it's good. And I Googled it real quickly, and I don't see anything positive coming out from what I read. So, and I think what you have now with the mail being returned, you wipe them off, the death certificates, I think we're doing a good job at that. Why do you really need this with the risk of losing personal information?
So the system that we currently have in place with the mailers and removing following the National Voter Registration Act is really for a population that isn't migratory. Mm-hmm. So we have a population that moves out of state. I mean, since COVID, we had a lot of people move out of state. Mm-hmm. There is a space on the form for that, but it's all voter subscribing. The voter has to fill that in and say they were registered in another jurisdiction. If they don't do that, we would never know, and then the only way we catch them is with the mailer.
So, okay, I'm thinking, if they're still on your list, you mail them a ballot, but they're actually registered in another state, they could vote for Hawaii and the state that they're registered in. That's probably the detriment of cleaning up your.
Correct, and then what Eric would do is if they register in another state, they would alert Hawaii that this person potentially registered in another state. So you may want to follow up and follow up to make sure that voter didn't.
Okay, so that's one positive. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Further questions? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to the next bill. Moving on to Senate Bill 2520 SD2 HD1 relating to the defense of the state employees. First up is HGEA.
Members of the committee, Steve Dennis for HGEA.
Thank you. AFL-CIO?
Also in support.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, seeing none, members' questions. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next bill. Moving on to Senate Bill 2913 SD1 HD2 relating to travel insurance. First up is DCCA Insurance Division. Okay, thank you. Hawaii Insurance Council. Not here. Next is AGA Services Company. Not present. Okay, anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, seeing none, members, questions? Okay, seeing none, moving on to the next bill, Senate Bill 2659 SD1 HD1 relating to regenerative tourism. First up is Office of Hawaiian Affairs. Okay, thank you. Next is Hawaii Tourism Authority. Not present. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, questions, members? Okay, moving on to the next bill, moving on to Senate Bill 3364 SD2 HD2 relating to destination management. First up is HTA.
Aloha, the Hawaii Tourism Authority stands on its support of the bill and here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, members, questions?
Yeah.
Representative Ward.
HTA, could you give us a succinct definition of destination management? It seems to mean a lot of different things to different people.
Thank you. So destination management is the ability to take a community-led approach to tourism that allows the community to make the decisions of where the visitors can go, when it's acceptable to go, as well as address any of the issues that they tell us or other departments of where to deal with traffic issues, environmental concerns and causes. And it's from this holistic approach, from us, our perspective, that is the destination management.
So you have an index of NIMBYism in effect then?
No,
That may
because
be the
in
negative
the end,
version.
they provide the information to us, but we are managing it from a holistic perspective, and that's the destination management. We are in control of it as the state agency, but they provide us with that information that we didn't have in the past about understand we cannot be in all places at all times. But then now, with our staff being on the ground and working with the communities, we can identify these things, these areas and concerns and hotspots quicker, and then work with other agencies as well as the county to then address it with the resources that they have.
And then how you get the word out is how? By regulations or by movies on airplanes before they arrive? Or how do you implement what you've just said that you actually prescribe?
So from two perspectives, from the residents' perspective, we have our planning process called the Destination Management Action Plans. And we've gone through that 3 years ago and working with our community organizations and industry partners to identify those hotspot areas and the methods of finding improvement and solutions to tourism there. From the visitor's perspective and the industry perspective, we actually do education and such as videos, but also we are working with travel agents and wholesalers on a daily basis because they are the first conduit to the visitors that are coming. So we do training programs, we have information on our websites as well as our marketing partners that are there in market.
So you already have destination management plans?
Excuse me again?
You already have destination management plans then? You just said you have them, or you're just waiting for this bill to pass?
So
I
we
thought you said
actually
you had
are
them.
doing the work now. The bill helps us to codify it and show that it is clearly identified as part of our statutes and our work. We are already doing portions of it because the way that we have looked at the existing statutes allows us to do that work, but we want to bring it forward and make it a higher
legitimizes.
priority as part of the process.
So there'll be no question about what you're doing?
Correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Chair. And so I know you said that the plan for all the counties are a few years old now. Since the fire, though, how have you adjusted the plan? Or are you revisiting that and,
We're working
getting the
through-
pulse of the community as, referencing tourism right now?
Yes, so, we do have on island our destination managers currently that we contract out. I think you've met Megan before. And they have worked with us to identify some of the issues and made adjustments to the plan. We are going through an evaluation process currently, and we'll start planning for the next round, the next 3-year cycle, before the end of the fiscal year.
Thank you. Further questions? You have a quick question. So, destination management, you have to, you're doing the education part, and then you have to do product development and how are you going to do that? I don't think your department is, so partnering is kind of key, right? And then at the end of the day, it's going to be enforcement of whatever you put in place. So what is, partnering is the putting the plan together and all that kind of stuff. The enforcement part, where's that?
We don't have the resources or the authority to do the
Yes.
enforcement
Okay,
side,
so
and we're relying
that's-
on our other sister agencies to do that
Okay,
for us.
so when we put together this plan, that's a key component that we got to figure out. So
Yes.
is that part of your plan to come up with how you're going to enforce some of these things?
Yes, so when we were developing some of the destination management, the past round and also in this round, we worked closely with the counties and the other sister agencies to be a part of determining what needs to happen, but also how they're going to be a part of the process. So we are more the facilitators and identifying the resources, but since we do not have the authority to enforce, we are relying that we will put in the plans that these agencies will be doing that work, will be doing the observation and evaluation of those areas for now, until someone gives us additional support and authority.
Okay, so there's some work to be done.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Any further questions? All right, thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to the next bill. Moving on to Senate Bill 2133 HD1 relating to housing. Let's see, first up is HHFTC. Okay, thank you. Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. Not present. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none. Questions, members? Okay, moving on to the next bill, Senate Bill 2337 SD2 HD1 relating to housing. First up is HHFTC. Okay, thank you. Next is Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. Not present. Next is Office of Housing, City and County of Honolulu. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, questions, members? Okay, moving on to Senate Bill 1170 SD2 HD1 relating to affordable housing credits. First up is the Attorney General's office.
Good evening, Chair Yamashita and members of the committee. I am Deputy Attorney General Chase Suzumoto, and we provided written comments on SB 1170. In our testimony, we suggest technical amendments that make the legislative history of the two repeal and reenactment chains of Hawaii Revised Statutes 46-15.1 clearer and consistent with the bill's intent. We also recommend that the committee consult with the Legislative Reference Bureau on any questions pertaining to the repeal and reenactment provisions referenced in the bill. If you have any questions, I'm available. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next is HHFDC. Okay, next is Office of Planning and Sustainable Development, not present. Okay, next is Hawaii Realtors. Okay, thank you. Next is, let's see, NAIOP Hawaii chapter.
Aloha, Chair, or good evening, Chair, members of the committee. Evan Oy on behalf of NIAP Hawaii. We stand on our strong support for this measure. We feel as though this affordable housing credits program is necessary in order to ensure the continued development of 201H projects during this high interest rate environment. We are concerned that with the high interest rates and increasing construction costs, 201H projects may become infeasible during this period of time, especially with the AMI caps that depress the sales prices for affordable units during this time. So, we feel as though this is a private tool in order for to keep those production of those units going during this period in time. And it is a pilot program, so it does have a sunset date as mentioned by the Attorney General. So we feel as though the market does have the demand to fulfill this, and we would like to see this move forward. One, respectful amendment that we would like to see is increase from the 5 miles to the 15 miles in terms of the radius for the application of the credits, just to increase the efficacy of the program. So, we greatly appreciate your support on this measure, and we'll be available for any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Further question? Anybody else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, questions, members? No questions. Okay, we're going to move on to the final bill on the agenda. Members, there's a lot of testimony for this bill. So we'll kind of go through it as quickly as possible. Yeah, we'll go through it. Okay, so first up is, let's see, it's on Senate Bill 2919 SD2 HD1 relating to property. First up is Department of Taxation. Okay, thank you. Next is Maui County Council, Councilmember Rollins Fernandez on Zoom. Present. Okay, next we have OSTR Ostra, Oahu Short-Term Rental Alliance.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Kelly Lee. I've been an island resident my whole life and an Oahu realtor for over 20 years. My kids are 6th-generation island residents, born and raised here. Today I'm testifying as the president of OSTRA, and we strongly oppose this bill. OSTRA has submitted written testimony, so I'll keep my comments very short. OSTRA represents thousands of residents that own, clean, repair, maintain, manage, and otherwise work within the mid and short-term rental industry. The counties, including Honolulu, have made public that they will use the passage of this bill to shut down more mid and short-term rentals. This includes reversing the injunction that allows Oahu to have 30-day month-to-month rentals. These rentals are a necessary component of our housing market. The Red Hill crisis on Oahu resulted in 4,000 displaced residents. The year before that incident, the Marco Polo fires displaced 1,800 residents. Oahu alone averages over 2,500 traveling medical personnel per year. In addition to housing, displaced our residents and our rentals accommodate those that travel between the islands for work, funerals, graduations, medical reasons, or to visit family. If passed, this bill will wipe out all that housing and force residents and our friends to stay in expensive hotels. This bill will make inter-island travel unaffordable for us residents. Please do not take part in eliminating more furnished temporary housing in Hawaii. Please do not pass this bill. Mahalo for your time today.
Okay, thank you, Hawaii Realtors.
Aloha, Chair. Members of the committee, my name is Lindsay Garcia from the Hawaii Realtors. So we respectfully are in opposition to this measure. We believe this measure carries a significant risk of reduction of tax revenue for the state. Legal short-term rentals are legitimate small businesses that pay taxes and contribute to the economy. Instead of granting counties the power to reduce revenue source by phasing out these legitimate businesses, we believe the focus should be on creation of reasonable regulations and enforcement on illegal rentals. Illegal rentals are not affected by this measure, or not affected by the powers this measure gives to the counties. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is HIMAST Alliance. Yes. On Zoom? Sorry? Okay, not responding. Okay, next is Lahaina Strong.
Yes. Aloha. Sorry.
Proceed.
Aloha, everyone. Katie Austin here for Lahaina Strong. We would like to stand on our written testimony as well. Remind everybody that this just gives the power to the counties to do as they see fit. And if they choose to start some sort of phase out, any effect on our current budgets, it won't have any effect, right, for a few years at least. So each county will have time to adjust their budgets accordingly. Also, we want to mahalo you guys for listening to the voices of the Lahaina community as well. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Next is KOSTR, STRO. Edwards Jones. What does that stand for?
It's, thank you, Chair, for asking that question. It's Kama'aina occupied short-term rentals, Oahu. Aloha, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony this evening. I'm Ed Jones from Costro, in strong opposition because it fails to protect our Kama'aina. In the last week, Governor Green has asked for legislation to continue, that means not phase out, owner-occupied renting. This can be accomplished with either the Ward Amendment or restoring Section 1 of the original of this bill. Home rule is not possible for owner-occupied renting because Honolulu has already enacted Ordinance 22-7, which has specific provisions that create a barrier to those who rent the property that they live on. The city intimidates us with liens and $10,000 excessive fines. Please don't give the counties the authority to be in our bedrooms. At the state level, owner-occupied renting has been legal since before statehood with the Landlord-Tenant Code. Your vote today to continue SB 2919 will change that. It will enable unconstitutional Ordinance 22-7 in Honolulu and will have the effect to drive out many of our kupuna from their island homes by taking their livelihoods. We need, in my case, with my ohana, we need additional renting income. My brother-in-law has advanced Parkinson's. He requires 24/7 caregiver care. He's 71 years old. Even with me assisting him full-time and ohana pitching in, the cost of caregiver support will exceed $200,000 this year. We really could use the help of being able to rent a few rooms to cut down on this cost, even if it's a little bit. We just want to age in place. Please consider the alternative language that is included in my written testimony. There is two very good directions to go, as I mentioned before in this testimony. I appreciate that you consider amendments if you do move forward to continue to allow the state to regulate us and not the counties. So another way of asking for that is please give us a carve-out if we live on our own property to continue to be regulated by the state. free to answer any questions.
Okay, we will take questions at the end.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Maui Housing Hui. On Zoom? Not responding. Next is Realtors Association of Maui.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita and members of the committee. My name is Gary Saldana. I'm testifying on behalf of the Realtors Association of Maui. We stand on our written testimony in opposition to this measure. However, I would like to add a couple of items not covered in the testimony. Yesterday, the Maui County Council heard from the Department of Finance that it is processing 1,859 real property tax exemptions for conversion to long-term rentals for our wildfire survivors. Of that 1,859 exemption requests, nearly 1,200 of them were from short-term rental real property owners. This shows that the STR owners heeded the call and are helping our fire victims. Furthermore, the county noted that the real property tax revenue loss from these conversions will be $13.7 million, proving what a valuable resource STRs can be to the county and state coffers. Please don't target the very segment of the community that is contributing valuable resources to our fire victims and to our recovery efforts. We support the call from Governor Green and Mayor Bisson to target illegal short-term rental, and we encourage the state to provide counties with valuable TAT parcel information for enforcement purposes. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Airbnb?
Good evening, Chair, members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm David Louie, former Attorney General. I just want to highlight a couple of things for you. I know all of you know that the legislature is supposed to pass constitutional laws, and unfortunately, this bill raises serious constitutional issues that I've outlined in my testimony. The problem is that we've got illegal short-term rentals, and everybody hates those. But the way to solve the problem of illegal short-term rentals is not to allow the counties to phase out legal short-term rentals. That's what the counties want to do. They want to take a meat axe approach to this whole thing and try and get rid of all short-term rentals. That raises serious constitutional issues. The 46-4 has always allowed residential uses. The courts have defined residential uses to include to include short-term rentals. The bill tries to redefine short-term rentals or permitted short-term rentals by taking an unreasonable 180-day period. This is going to raise all kinds of constitutional issues under the Fifth Amendment for takings, under the Equal Protection Amendment, because you're going to define legal short-term rentals as being or legal rentals as being 181 days, but anything under 180 days is not. This is going to just lead to litigation. So we would caution you and just ask you to hold this bill because attacking legal short-term rentals, which many people do, is not the way to get rid of illegal short-term rentals. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, next is Tagna for Maui.
Yes. Hi, aloha, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and honorable members. My name is Michelle Salazar-Hyman on behalf of Tagnawa for Maui and the submitted written testimony of our ED, Nadine Ortega. And we're here to stand in strong support of SB 2919. Tagnawa was the first and for many weeks the only organized effort to address Filipino language and relief needs on the ground in Lahaina after the fires. And one of the biggest needs that Filipino survivors brought up to us is housing. And in order to meet that need, we need to phase out short-term vacation rentals. This is why we support SB 2919. Because this bill is in the best interest of Filipinos in Lahaina and the majority of Filipinos in Hawaii. We also need this measure to sustain a functioning economy. For over half a decade, the hotel industry and labor unions have aligned to collectively fight short-term rental industry in order to protect jobs and workforce housing. This includes many working-class Filipinos who make up the backbone of our economy here. Today, Lahaina Strong is bringing a massive support to this common sense measure that's been long overdue. Tugnawa adds our voices to their call to save our housing supply and to open up long-term housing units to Lahaina fire survivors. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and please pass SB 2919. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Hawaii Legal Short-Term Rental Alliance. Not present. Okay, next is Hawaii Thousand Friends. Oh no, it's the Airbnb, Alex April.
Aloha. Mahalo for the opportunity to speak today, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Alex April with Airbnb, and I just want to speak in opposition of this bill. I stand by my written comments, but I do just want to add the fiscal impacts on the state revenue. According to HTA, the short-term rental industry generated 132.6 million in TAT alone in 2018. And in 2022, Airbnb hosts generated approximately 77 million in GET and TAT taxes to the state of Hawaii. So with total GET and TAT revenue is substantially higher when we think of other platforms that would also be remitting those funds to the state. So if passed, there are definitely concerns that SB 2919 would significantly reduce the state's ability to make and meet during the under the current budget, and I'm available for questions. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Honolulu Board of Realtors.
Good evening, Chair Yamashita, members of the committee. Myung-oh here on behalf of Honolulu Board of Realtors, respectfully opposing this measure. What we have seen is that this is all about the illegal versus legal transient vacation units. There's been a course of discussion, and as of yesterday, I know that the Honolulu City Council is considering a resolution for new property taxes, which is developing a new classification for TVUs. They've already done that for bed and breakfast. And hopefully through these processes, the enforcement needs to be geared up. And DPP is in the process of what I understood as procuring new software, AI. And ultimately it'll encourage more enforcement. So for those reasons and others, stand on our written testimony in opposition.
Okay, thank you. Next, Hawaii Hotel Alliance.
Hello, Chair Yamashita, members of the committee. My name is Ivan Louis Kwan. I am legal counsel for the Hawaii Hotel Alliance and certain members of the Alliance. I would like to briefly amplify my written testimony in strong support of this bill. I'd like to explain that the U.S. District Court's order, which resulted in finding illegal a portion of the City and County of Honolulu Ordinance 22-7. The court determined that transient vacation rentals may not be amortized or phased out based on the court's interpretation of Chapter 46, interpreting the words residential use. So what this bill does, it just clarifies for the court and for the county that in fact transient vacation rental units may be amortized or phased out in an area of any zoning classification. I'd like to also briefly indicate that in my written testimony, I referenced the case of HomeAway versus City of Santa Monica, which is really a landmark case passed by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals in 2019. What it did, it addressed the legal challenges to the Santa Monica ordinance, which was enforcing regulation of short-term rentals on the basis of challenges by the hosting platforms, including Airbnb and HomeAway. And they challenged it on the basis that there was a violation of the Communications Decency Act, the Stored Communications Act, the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, and the Fourth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. And what the court found is, in fact, that ordinance was legal based on these challenges. So thank you so much for allowing me to present this testimony.
Okay, thank you. Deep Blue Builders. Zoom? Not present. Okay, next we have Tax Foundation. Not present. Okay, next is Stuart Simmons. Not here. Okay, next is Josie Jube. Not present. Eliza Kala McShane. Present. Okay, Margaret Oren. Not present. Okay. Okay, we have several testifiers on Zoom. Dennis, okay, we have one person. Oh, please proceed.
Aloha ahiahi kako.
Hi.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I stand on my written testimony, but I would also like to add that this bill can only go forward fairly if you add the amendment that says that any zoning changes do not apply to owner-occupied short-term rentals. I believe we refer to that as the Ward Amendment. It's a good one, and I hope you will let that stand. Otherwise, please kill this bill. Short-term renting by hosts who live on their rental property is a wholesome, grassroots, mom-and-pop cottage industry, especially for Oahu, where less than 0.5% of all the housing on this island is short-term rented. And I wish to also clarify that in 1973, with the establishment of Title 28, Section 521, the Landlord-Tenant Code, if you follow the statute of frauds from 1649, you must have a writing for real property transactions, and it states, a rental agreement may be for any time, period. Therefore, and besides the fact that the Honolulu government has been incapable of issuing permits for 33 years, what do you do if you want to? I didn't inherit it until after the ban went into place. What do you do if you want to start a new business? You're legal because it says so in 52122. All right. So then we get to the DPP. That's the enforcement arm for Honolulu. They have decided to get a bot that crawls the Airbnb and VRBO listings. And most of us are elderly, okay, or senior citizens anyway. I didn't realize there was a place deep in my listing that said 7 days minimum stay. The bot caught that, and they threatened me with a $10,000 a day fine. I can really come up with that. These people, elderly people, are terrified of their government. I am standing up here today to testify for hundreds of other homeowners who are in my same shoes. Some of them have been threatened, like I was. That's because I get up and testify. Some of them have not. But I am not afraid to stand up here and risk all to testify for what I believe is just, fair, right, and good business. If 22.7 and if you allow this bill to go forward and all rentals under 180 days are banned by the counties subsequent to the passage of this bill. You realize what's going to happen? That magic number 180? When you rent for over 180 days, and I do that too, when you rent for over 180 days, you don't pay taxes. So if you ban all rentals under 180 days, guess what? Nobody pays taxes on any of these rentals. Right? I mean, I have a house that's been in my family for 50 years. 5 generations of my family have known and loved this house. And if I have to pay fines like this, if I get legislated out of existence, I'm going to have to sell this house and move somewhere. And I don't care because I'd rather die. Seriously, I hope you will not go forward with this bill without an amendment that exempts owner-occupied short-term rentals. We're innocuous. There are fewer than 1,000 of us on this island. There are 4,800 of us on the Big Island. They can't afford the $300 to come over here. We'd put them up for free. But anyway, please, don't send this bill forward without that amendment. I thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Next is Dennis Eugene Mazur. Next is Ralph Furley. Present. Next is Keone Shizuma.
Hey, aloha. Aloha kako, aloha chair, members of the committee. I'm Keone Shizuma, testifying as an individual. First, let me start off by saying mahalo for hearing this bill. I'll try to be quick because I know it's been a long day for you folks. I wanted to say that I support this bill. I wanted to emphasize this bill is actually preferred over HB 1838, as this bill allows the counties to address all zoning classifications. I went over that in my written testimony, so I won't discuss that here. I did want to also emphasize that this bill is about allowing the counties to control their own destiny, their own plans for their communities, allowing them to address their own needs in the ways they see fit. This is merely a tool for them to address their own housing and community issues. There's also no need to panic when considering how this may affect the state's revenue, as this does not guarantee STRs will be phased out immediately or quickly. The counties are well aware, as they should be, of the financial impacts of phasing out STRs. This bill does not phase any STRs out. This bill provides the counties with a tool, they need to achieve their own county's long-term goals and plans. So please pass this bill, allowing the counties to address their own concerns and reach their full potential in what is best for their own community. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Next is Kimberly Claus. Not present. Okay, next is Virginia Dudden. Present. Next is Cecilia Gomes. Present. Next is Steve Riley. Not present. Next is Paul Carter. Not responding. Okay, next is Andre Makakoa. Not present. Next is Leonard Nakoa III. Not present. Next is Elizabeth Ray.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you for letting me speak and have a voice here today. I support Bill 2919. Your governor says, believe me, I'm going to put our people first. I will be forced to declare a moratorium on all STRs in West Maui until we find enough housing for our displaced residents. We lost 4,000 Hawaiians in 2024. We lose an average of 20 local Hawaiians per day. These Hawaiians are what makes Hawaii, Hawaii, and they are still leaving, and they are still dying. And every Hawaiian that is lost takes a piece of the Aina with them. To the owners of the STRs, the Lahaina fires have only illuminated the fault of this housing crisis. We have a housing crisis for years, and no one has been able to put legislation in to stop or regulate you. You heard the facts. You heard the pleas from your governor of Hawaii and the pleas from the residents of Maui, the pleas from the families who represent the culture and aloha you fell in love with here. Those who are called upon by God to and blessed with these beautiful islands to steward. This tremendous amount of aloha, mana, and wisdom that this culture is embedded with can be seen in the tears and cries of our kapuna. It can be seen in the voices and hearts of our keiki and the Lahaina strong community. This land is perpetuated in righteousness and true warriors of Maui, and this sacred land will not rest until the truth be made public knowledge and we get housing and justice for our people. Lahaina Strong has shown with magnitude and passion their ability to fight for their community with intelligence and knowledge to make correct decisions for their people. And they have inspired me, and I would listen to them. The owners of the STRs have complete and utter dissonance to any sympathy, empathy, or passion for change and justice. As in our rally on April 1st, we say no housing, no peace, stop the capitalization of our housing market and help regulate these STRs by passing 2919. Aloha. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Riley Bond. Not present. Next is Megan Isaac Magdalene. Not responding. Next is Robert Henry.
Aloha,
Yes.
Megan Isaac Magdalene
Yeah.
testifying in opposition to Bill 2919. Thank you. I oppose Bill 2919 because the Senate legislature should never legislate to destroy competition for one industry sector while favoring another industry sector. This bill should not be allowed to pass for legal and constitutional reasons, for economic reasons, and for ethical reasons. I am co-owner of a property in downtown Hilo. My husband and I operate a business in the hosting sector. We have multiple units of a short-term rental business. We live on site on the property, and our business has hosted over 10,000 guests in 12 years. These guests have contributed to our local economy in the way that hotels are not able to contribute because of spending patterns that are particular to hosted stays. This is a very relevant case for all of the neighbor islands because we don't have the same economic drivers that Oahu has. Quite simply, the money that gets spent by guests of short-term rentals is much more likely to stay in the community, and that's documented. There's been no economic impact study sufficient to support the assertions that this will ensure the greatest benefit for the state as a whole. The Grassroots Institute visited Kona last year and submitted findings there to a convening of realtors, suggesting that hosting contributes $350 million to the economy of Hawaii County alone. So the argument that this will somehow bring affordable housing is, as has been pointed out by other testifiers, a false premise, because quite simply, this is a way to create the economy here and needed revenue. We've heard farmers testify that hosting is an important way they supplement their income. So I'd like to bring that up as a relevant point. There's been testimony before on this bill, and that is to point to the findings of the UHERO, which was a study measuring the burden of housing regulation. And they pointed to the burdensome regulation of housing and planning, which has driven the cost of housing in Hawaii. Somebody else pointed out that there's been previous litigation against the state of Hawaii because this is unconstitutional interference of property rights. And lastly, I would like to bring up the moral and legal objection to the actions of lobbies for hotels which are active against the hosting sector. And quite clearly, the hosting sector poses some competition for the hotel industry. And this bill would greatly favor the advantage and quite possibly the monopoly of the hotel business. I'm going to close my finding. When I go to the American Hotel Lodging Association website, their federal agenda is quite clear from their website. On the front page, they have a banner that states that lobby group are already working with Department of Homeland Security to expand the H-2B visas so hoteliers can meet demand. Quite simply, AHLA are looking to bring in more immigrant labor in order to fulfill their needs for hotels. That doesn't sound like working with local labor sources. And further, they have a banner on their website stating that they wish to protect hotels from onerous workplace rules. That also doesn't sound like an organization dedicated to building up the local economy. Objections to this bill on the basis that this bill will cause a great deal of economic harm to people of Hawaii and favor one particular industry sector over another. And with that, I submit my testimony in opposition to 2919. Thank you very much. Aloha.
Thank you. Robert Henry.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Committee. Obviously, we stand against SB 2919. My friends, this has been a very, very burdensome and laborsome opportunity for those of us that are involved in this matter in a legal sense. And I want to make something very clear. We heard from the testimony from our friends at the Airbnb Council. And I think what we need to do is we need to listen to what the law states, not what happened in Maui or not what is going to cause change. But we have to look at what the due process clause of the Constitution prohibits us to be able to do and what it doesn't permit us to be able to do. There's a thing called the takings clause. And for those of you that have not had legal counsel review this, I am very, very concerned that you're just going to be plowed with litigation. And we're going to stand with Airbnb and we're going to litigate also. So it's going to take an awful long time because you have to realize it violates the due process clause of the 14th Amendment by creating unreasonable and unpredictable burden on landowners' property rights. Additionally, it contradicts established Hawaii statutes and case law protecting existing non-conforming uses, otherwise known as a takings clause. My friends, I understand what you're trying to do. I understand why this whole thing started. I understand the predecessor because of this, because of what happened over on the other island. But it's very, very important that you understand that you're setting yourself for nothing more than continuous litigation that's going to do nothing more than put this whole thing aside, and it's going to deem zero results. We ask you to please, please, please oppose this, stand down, talk to council, talk to other states around the country, and look at what's happened with them, because there's lots of case law that verifies and validates what Airbnb's council has stated. And I'm sure if you can talk to them, you'll see why this is not even a question. The courts have ruled, the federal courts have ruled, and I think you need to realize that this is not a Hawaii issue. This is going to be a federal issue. Federal law is going to trump your state law, and it's very, very important that you listen to what I'm saying. Appreciate your time. We stand by a written statement. Good day.
Okay, thank you very much. Ka'eo Keeley. President, next is Lisa Hall. Not responding. Okay, next.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
Aloha, this is Lisa Hall. Can you hear me?
Proceed.
Can you hear me? Aloha?
Go ahead.
Mahalo. First of all, I want to let you know that I have been listening to you deliberate since 2 o'clock this afternoon on various votes and bills, and I have to tell you how incredible you guys have been. It has been amazing to watch you, and thank you for truly hearing and listening to both sides of every issue. This is so nice to feel heard. With that said, I'd like to say that I keep hearing testifiers this evening on SB 2919 that are in favor of the bill say that we don't need to worry about how this bill will affect the taxes lost by the short-term vacation rental industry, because you'll have a few years to figure out how to recapture those taxes. So clearly the agenda is to eliminate short-term vacation rentals. And secondly, how on earth are we going to recapture $720 million a year in lost taxes if we phase out the remaining vacation rentals on the islands of Hawaii? Number one, I don't think anybody realizes that only 5%, yes, that's right, 5% of all residential housing in the entire state of Hawaii operates as short-term vacation rentals. The companion bill to HB 1838 to this Senate Bill 2919 states that the University of Hawaii Economic Research Organization, otherwise known as HERO, found that after carefully conducting an in-depth investigation, it concluded that only 5% of all housing units in the entire state of Hawaii operate as a short-term vacation rental, and that 95% are available for long-term and residential use. So clearly, this 5% that is bringing in $720 million every single year is not the cause of the housing crisis in Hawaii as being declared in these bills. We are removing constitutionally protected vested property rights from Hawaiian citizens. This is not the answer. This proposal to restrict the remaining 5% of the short-term vacation rentals by reducing our representation is a very deeply concerning thought, considering that 80 cents of every single dollar that is brought into the state of Hawaii, either directly or indirectly, comes from our primary resource, which is tourism. As it stands, the hotels already monopolize 95% of all Hawaii visitor lodging stays, and most every single one of those hotels are controlled by international or mainland corporations. The 5% that are here are owned by local families that are just trying to make ends meet, living in the most expensive state in the entire United States of America. Our legislature has been continuing to try to pass these unlawful bills, just like this one, SB 2919, that target only 5% of our residential housing resources. It is a blatantly unconstitutional law, it's discriminatory, and it's illegal. SB 2919 is going to end up costing the state of Hawaii millions more dollars to defend this zoning ordinance, this zoning bill, just like Ordinance 22-7 cost the taxpayers of Hawaii millions and millions of dollars, just defending what was illegal. And let me remind you, that was just 100 days ago. 100 days ago. That got overturned in federal court. We need less regulation and more appreciation for the 5% of Hawaii short-term vacation owners that are supporting our #1 industry in Hawaii. Hopefully this time you'll hear us. Last time when the now failed bill, Ordinance 22-7 was first introduced, we the people, your constituents, bombarded you with warning after warning after warning that these laws were unconstitutional and could not be enforced and they could not be passed. Literally, thousands of letters of oppositional testimony were written to you, citing the violations of the United States Constitution, the Hawaiian Constitution, and the illegality of that zoning bill. We pleaded with you verbally at every opportunity. Our concerns were clear, but you ignored our pleas. We quoted legal precedent line by line by line, begging you to hear us. Thank you for listening tonight. Our warnings were ignored then, and our voices were silenced. And just 100 days ago today, you lost the battle in court over these same zoning laws. Yet here again, we are. The courts have spoken. The people have spoken. This legislature does not have the right to circumvent or override the federal ruling that was just turned over and now being repackaged as SB 2919. By the federal court overturning Ordinance 22-7, they have made it absolutely clear that our higher courts will protect the constitutional rights of the Hawaii property owners, even if our own legislature refuses to do so. Legislation cannot circumvent legal precedent or violate our constitutionally protected property rights. Mahalo for listening. Truly, thank you for hearing us tonight. It is so important. We have not felt heard. Today is the first day we have felt heard. We appreciate you saving our Hawaiian taxpayer dollars, millions and millions and millions more dollars in fighting this bill. If you allow it to get passed, it's going right into legislation. We're going to spend millions more dollars of our Hawaii taxpayer money on a bill that has already been declared absolutely unconstitutional by our higher courts. Thank you for your time today, and truly, mahalo for listening. Aloha.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next is Nick Adler. Okay. Next is Patty Hughes.
I'm here.
Okay,
Patty Toos.
proceed.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I thank you for letting us have our voice tonight. I am opposed to Bill 2919. The county has no right to rezone properties at any time. Give you an example. I bought a vacation property with right to rent. And then the county has a right to rezone and tells me my property can no longer be rented, which leaves me with a mortgage to pay and no renters to help pay mortgage. I either am forced to sell my property or go into foreclosure. This is so wrong. You now have taken my rights away as a property owner. SB 2919 proposed law, which allows for phasing out of transient accommodations uses in residential zoned areas, is unconstitutional under both the United States Constitution and the Hawaii State Constitution. It violates the due process clause of the 14th Amendment by creating an unreasonable and unpredictable burden on landowners, property owners' rights. Additionally, it contradicts established Hawaiian statutes and case law protecting existing and non-conforming uses, including single-family and duplex residences. Singling out our accommodations is illegal under the 14th Amendment of Equal Protection. Hawaii revised statutes explicitly exempts existing single-family and duplex dwellings from conforming to zoning changes. The proposed law, SB 2919, attempts to phase out these uses through amortizations directly contradicts this law. It violates so many legal protections, including the due process clause, and creates uncertainty for all of us who own vacation property. SB 19 singles out us exclusively, which is illegal and discriminatory. It's unconstitutional, should not be considered or passed. Thank you for listening to me. I am so much against this. You are putting me out of business. You are putting me off the island. You are hurting my business. This is not right. When I bought the property, it said vacation rental, okay. Now you are telling me I cannot do it if you rezone it, and you have that right just to do this out of nowhere? I'm opposed. Please listen to the people. And like the one before said, or there were a couple of them. One said 1% of the housing is vacation rentals. One said 5%. It doesn't matter. You have 95% of the housing that you can give to the other people. Let the business people alone. Thank you for listening. Have a good night.
Okay, thank you, Victor Wang. President Allison Wang. President Colin Howell Birch. Not responding. Okay, Vicky Wang. Oh, go ahead. Colin, you can go ahead. Okay, we can't hear you. Okay, we'll try and come back to you. We're going to move on. Vicky Wang. Not present. Rebecca Stores. Present. Valor and Dietrich. Right. Runin Zo. Not present. Karen O'Mahony. Present. Carl. Not present. David Hall.
Hey, aloha members. I appreciate you giving me the time to testify.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if 2919 passes, it poses a significant threat to the property rights of us landowners, property owners in Hawaii. The bill authorizes the amortization or basically gradually phasing out the existing transient accommodations uses in residential and agricultural zones. This action effectively forces owners to eventually cease this lawful activity, constituting a taking of private property without just compensation in violation of the Fifth Amendment's takings clause. This will also create legal ambiguity by excluding transient accommodations use of residential use in the Hawaii revised status. This also contradicts established precedent where the Hawaii Supreme Court has protected non-conforming residential uses and directly conflicts with the statutory exemption for existing single-family and duplex dwellings enshrined in this statute. This bill, if passed, also undermines the state's commitment to agriculture as outlined in Articles 10, Section 3 of the Hawaii State Constitution and Hawaii Revised Statutes 205-4.2 by allowing the amortization of agriculture operations that utilize transient accommodations. If this bill passes, it will hinder the continuance of viability of agriculture that the state aims to promote. And then beyond the violations of established legal principles, SB 2919 unfairly singles out transient accommodations for potential amortization within residential and agricultural zones. Zoning regulations typically address a wide range of uses within a zone, raising concerns about arbitrary treatment and a lack of equal protection under the law. If passed, 2919 deprives landowners of essential knowledge regarding the future use of their properties, and this is illegal. In conclusion, members, if this bill passes, 2919 presents a series of legal and practical challenges, and I do urge you to reconsider this proposal and uphold property rights, promote responsible land use within our state, and avoid the obvious legal pitfalls associated if this bill is passed. I appreciate your time. You folks have a good evening, and thank you for, again, giving us time to speak.
Okay, thank you. Deb Black. Present. Okay, Henry Watson. Oh, thank you for patiently waiting.
Hi, aloha. My name is Henny K. Wasson. Thank you for being patient and listening to us, Chair and representatives. I learned a lot today. I never knew 5% of 326,000 is 16,300 homes that's being used for TVU. State of Oahu has about 386,000 acres. Number one owner is the state of Hawaii, 90,000. Second in line is federal government, 60,000, and the Bishop Estate, 48,000. Currently, the median home price right now is $1,075,000. Down payment is going to be $215,000. Tax money. Who among us has $215K in the bank? That's just for a down payment. You have $800K left. Your monthly payment is going to be over $5,000, and that's lowballing. That's why we have an exodus, a migration of locals leaving this state, our beautiful state. I want you to take a look. You've seen an endangered species, and that is me, a Hawaiian Kanaka Maoli o Hawaii. I will be in a museum within 100 years because I'll be out of existence. I'm 60%, my kids are 30%, and they will be phased out. We will no longer be in this beautiful home we call Hawaii. The national index is 100. Of the 50 states, 100 being the medium of the cost of living. Hawaii is the top, 191. Closest one is District of Columbia, 156. That means we are the most expensive state, and I learned today that we are also the worst state to vote. Correlation, leave that to those studying in PhD at UH Manoa. There's $93,000 is considered low income in Hawaii, low. Medium income, $200,000, just to be comfortable, just to stay here. Average hotel costs. I searched it up this morning. My wife was counseling me to hurry up. $96 or $630 a night to stay in Waikiki. I want to see what that $96 one is, by the way. In 1997, hotels began charging resort fees that averaged $42 per day per room. Turtle Bay Resort is $861 per night. $50 for resort fees, depending on where you're at. It goes up to $100 if it's on a beach bungalow. Short term, we're not as prevalent as it is today. Where has all that tax money gone? I've learned today over $100 million from the TAT tax. And trust me, we've been paying that tax. I hear from my wife every time tax comes up how much it is, but we do not want to be in trouble. I say give it to our brothers and sisters in Lahaina. Give it to Representative Conkling's people. They need it. Our brothers and sisters, they have no homes. Where did that money go? Let us support them with this TAT tax. Why are we being punished for finding a way to make ends meet? My wife, who's very imposing, by the way, Genevieve, is 4 feet 11 and 100-something pounds. She has to abuse me 5 times, assault me 5 times, in order to equal one violation that we've been imposed on by DPP. Thank you, Inspector Jeffrey Del Pilar, for a $10,000 fine. $10,000 fine that's already taxed is going to take me 6.5 months to make up overtime. 6.5 months of not seeing our children, my wife, losing sleep, gaining more weight, cardiovascular disease. That is prevalent in my genes. You are looking at an endangered indigenous person that's not going to be here, and neither will my children. Hawaii residents moving away. Ninth Island, 70% of Clark County in Vegas grew. They even had to add a Hawaiian Olelo Hawaii class in high school because there were so many Hawaiians moving to Vegas. Arizona, Texas. The migration is on. It's moving. It's because of this economic storm, this financial storm that we are facing ubiquitously every day, every night. Every day, every night. That we have to work 2, 3 jobs. To my sister that testified about the Filipinos in Maui, have them talk with our Filipinos. There is 5 to 6 families in one 2-story house here in Oahu. We have to work together. We have something that is clean, something that we could do that was not illegal until you made it illegal. Something that was clean that we could share our culture, our hospitality with strangers that not just came over here for the beautiful beaches, but they wanted to see how we as Hawaiian people live. We live now to exist. We do not work just to make it for our children. Heaven forbid if we sent our kid to a private school. How much would be in debt we would be? Homelessness is not caused by short-term rentals, driving the housing cost up, drugs, high cost of living, inability to save down payments, 25 to 30-year wait on the Hawaiian homestead list. I will be gone before my name is called. Gone. Many applicants die before even getting called by outer states, sending their homeless to our state because of our year-round weather burdening our welfare system. How many homeless people I've met that said they were given a one-way ticket, washed up, cleaned up, and sent on a plane. They wish they could go home, but they have no means to. Short-term stays has helped us by offsetting food costs, gas prices, property taxes, rent, mortgages, children costs, education, more time at home to be a part of our children's lives instead of just working to exist. Since our state has made short-term rentals illegal, the Department of Planning and Permitting inspectors have been citing people. Just alone, one inspector cited 40 homes. That is $400,000 from the people that are left here, that are trying to survive. If the body is elected by the people for the people, and they are not courageous enough to represent the majority of the people, then let us decide. Let the people decide. Let us vote, put this debate to rest. Only residents that live in their homes can designate a section of their residence for short-term stays. We passed the Ohana dwelling. Let us fit how we use our overpriced home. I pushed my cars out, and we made a nice place that could give us passive income to help us make ends meet. I'm not doing a drug house. I'm not doing prostitution. I am not doing anything illegal, but welcoming strangers to our land so that they know exactly who we are, what we are, and where we're going. So far that I've been keeping tabs on all the testimonies, the count is 14-3 against SB 2919. I want to leave you with these questions. When is our state going to support? I want to leave you with these questions. When is our state going to support its long-term residents? If you want homelessness to end, use the short-term tax, the TAT, to help our fellow brothers and sisters. Emergency fund, that's what it should be. Something like this, who could foresee Lahaina happening? Who could? No one. But our state was unprepared. Where has all that money gone, the TAT? In the coffers of the state, and it's gone. Let's direct those funds directly to the people that need it. And right now, it's our brothers and sisters in Maui. When can we keep our people from leaving our state? Stop living paycheck to paycheck, sacrificing time with family until we're 70 years old, retired, hopefully still alive. Pass our debts on to our children. That $150,000 home is going to be now $2.1 million. And that's going to be to our mo'opunas, that we're going to be passing on that debt to. Thanks to our high cost of living in the state. When will you, our representatives, represent the people, or let the people themselves decide our future? Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, we have a few more testifiers. Leonard Nakoa, third.
How's it? You guys can hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Yes, sir. Mahalo, mahalo for the time. Especially for letting everybody talk kind of long, because she's pretty much sensitive to, I know plenty of people mentioning us guys in Lahaina. Yeah, how much we suffering. And the testifier behind me, before me, just was saying about, hey, let's go ahead and help the people of Lahaina and Maui and all that. You know what? Mahalo for the thoughts, guys. Mahalo to everybody for thinking about us in Lahaina. But check give us the Lahaina people, because it was said many times, as soon as this violence start, it's gonna be done the Lahaina way. Listening to the people of Lahaina. I know the young leaders of Lahaina Strong has been making many attempts to come over there and talk to all of you guys. I came over there a couple times. yeah, and all that stuff. So, mahalo you guys, yeah, for thinking of us and putting this legislation concentrating on Lahaina and the Lahaina people and Maui as a whole, even up country, yeah, like that. But this whole thing not going to just phase out all the STRs right away. You know, all these kind of numbers and all these kind of people, they're all saying all this kind of stuff about numbers. But they're only trying to make us scared like that. Make you guys scared. I don't know. But to me, it's just part of the game, man. Fear mongering or whatever that word you call. But we're not that stupid. You know what I mean? Hey, and you know what? Us guys over here in Lahaina, we pay so much into the taxes, the TNT. We either number 1 or 2, competing with Waikiki, Lahaina. Yeah? And you know what? We get lickings. We, the Lahaina people, take cracks because the tourist is all over the place over here. Okay? We kind of wanted to stay on Kanapali. You know, the beach that we, the locals, we gave that whole piece of property to the tourism industry with the promise of having this, workforce housing for the people of Maui. But, you know, I don't know if you guys know anything about the Minatoya list, because some of the people here in Maui, the people in office over here never know about them. But that's why it hurts us, because these guys illegally, when go ahead and go start doing these STRs. We getting lickings over here in Lahaina. The people of Lahaina no place for stay. Okay, I know of families where they're pregnant right now, and they gotta drive all the way to the other side with their 2 kids going with 2 different schools all over the place. Yeah, and I know you guys all watch the news that the brand new school just opened up over here right down the road from my house in Kahana. Yeah, the Camp Third, Kamehameha Third School. Oh, everybody all happy. Oh, yeah, let's go. Good job. Jusakura, whatever her name is, to come over here. Oh, hee, this and that. But Pohoya, when the people of Lahaina gotta move all the way to the other side, all the way up country, all the way up all the way Kihei, all the way Wailuku, when you open a brand new school over here, you know, so it's kind of going backwards, that gang. So, tell let the communities, let the county, because we taking cracks, guys. Lahaina is taking cracks. Let all the tourists, okay, I know everybody say, yeah, the hotels is all offshore owners and all this kind of stuff. So is the STRs. Yeah, 80% of them or whatever, some percentage of them all no live here in Lahaina. Okay, and then you get the governor and the mayor saying, and the FEMA saying, oh, we get all these houses, but right now it's sitting empty. It's sitting empty. We're taking cracks, bro. Okay? We're thinking about us, Lahaina people, who, again, like remember I said, we either 1 or 2 in tax revenue, yeah, before in Lahaina, when we all this kind of stuff. And the way I see the tourism industry pumping up right now, you guys might be showing all these kind of numbers. Oh, we're not up to pre-COVID or pre-fire numbers. But here in Lahaina, we take the cracks to it. Because Kalapali is full with tourists. Plenty. You go any establishment that is open over here in Lahaina. Oh boy. You try to go inside that place. Tourists up the yin yang. Locals getting pushed out of the kind, okay? So if we can put some kind of, hold back on these STRs and let the county and the communities phase them out. Let them make the decision. Because that's our backyard. That's where we live. I'm a coach for 30 years in Little League Baseball. Yeah, and I coach all up to high school. I see all these kids. I see all these parents. And right now, I just go right back to coaching canoe paddling, outrigger canoe. And we only get one beach over here in Lahaina that we can do all three of our clubs. And you should see the dwindling numbers that we get because all the people got to move to the other side. Yeah. But Lahaina is still vigilant. We're still strong. But please, give us the opportunity. Give the counties the opportunity to make the decisions for Lahaina. For make Lahaina, Lahaina. Make Maui, Maui. You know. And Maui County means Molokai and Lanai. But say give us a chance, yeah, bro. Say give us a chance who live here. You guys all keep saying we're here for Lahaina. Try listen to us. I mean, I'm pleading for support this bill. Okay, I feel sorry for all these other people who say, "Oh, they're saying that that's their business and all that kind of stuff." Just like anything else, bro. Hey, I had to find plenty things for figure out if I wanted to stay here in Lahaina. Okay, I was a cook, pesticide operator, heavy equipment operator, you name it. But I just kept going and keep on fighting. And I still go fight on island. So, my bad. But let Lahaina be Lahaina. Yeah, guys. And again, big mahalos to you guys. Sorry for ranting, but I tell you guys right now, give us a chance to be Lahaina. Mahalo, guys. You guys have a good one. Mahalo, mahalo, mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Next is High Mass. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, esteemed members of the community. My name is Kahea and I'm here.
Okay, I think we lost your signal. We'll come back to you at the end. Okay, we have Jordan Hawker. Did we lose the signal, Jeff?
Aloha. Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Aloha, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kirigawa, and honorable members of the Finance Committee. I'm sorry that I'm here looking like a floating head. I was in my house when I initially sat down to testify. My name is Jordan Hawker, and I am Maui renters have experienced the hostility of our housing market, both before the fires and post-fires. It should be noted pre-fires that our community struggling in post-pandemic were half of our renters were struggling to pay rent, which is the third or more in
I'm sorry, Jordan, you're breaking up. But we're not able to make out what you're saying. Can you maybe turn your video off? Okay, we'll try and come back to you. Okay, move on to Noella Von Wagent. Not responding. Okay. Paul Carter.
Hi. Aloha. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Aloha.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Aloha.
Yes. Yes, I believe you.
Okay, we're on Paul Carter right now. You can go ahead.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can. Okay, you can't hear us. But okay.
The other Zoom participants can hear you. I don't know if the council can
hold
hear
on.
you though.
Who do we?
Okay.
Council's frozen for a moment.
Okay, Paul
Shall I go
Carter,
ahead and
you can
speak?
go ahead and testify. I don't think maybe you can hear
No.
us.
We're standing by.
Stand by.
Okay. So yeah, I'm Paul Carter, live here in Maui.
Paul, aloha,
Yes?
Paul, we're standing by. We're standing by for the
Oh.
council. They're having technical difficulties.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Sure, of course. Aloha.
It's
FYI,
good
we're
to
standing.
meet you, though. It's good to meet you, Paul.
Yeah. Oh, you're Megan?
Okay, hold on 1 second. We only can have one person talk at a time. We're gonna do Paul Carter. Okay. Paul, are you gonna testify? Okay, we're gonna move on. Noella Von Wegant? Wiegand? Go ahead. Noella?
This is really bad.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Paul, are you available now? Carter? Go ahead. Okay. We'll give everybody one more chance to try and testify, but we got to cut it off at some point. So we're going to cut it off like soon. Okay, we're having some technical difficulties, so we're going to cut off testimony for right now. Okay, is anybody else here present want to testify on this measure? Please come forward.
Well, thank you for all your patience and thanks for all being here. My name is Victoria Johnson. I live up on the North Shore. I bought in 2005 with the idea of retiring to here, only to find out that I now suffer the consequences of $10,000 fines at a time. But I want to say, in regards to this bill, the state has already spent $300,000 in legal fees by losing to Hillstream's
Hello?
lawsuit. So if you guys want to keep proceeding, I have a feeling this is going to result in more litigation, which is not good.
They're having technical.
And the other issue, if everybody's noticed, everybody's
Yeah,
saying,
the audience is
we're
here,
all
but,
moving out
the
of
council
town.
need-
Everybody's gone from the island. Well, where's that housing going? Why is there still a housing shortage if everybody's moving? I can't figure that part out. So anyway, this is a long night, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, thank you. We're going to cut it off. Okay, members, questions? Representative Ward.
No, sorry. The Chief Legal Officer of the State of Hawaii under the Abercrombie administration. Is he still here? Oh, Mr. Louis, thank you for you. I was wondering if you're still awake. We've been here for a few hours ourselves. Maybe not the sharpest tool in the shed, but I do have a few questions. I've heard a lot of lorrying up in this particular hearing. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 is this bill has got a chance in hell of passing constitutional muster. Or is it the other? Oh, it's the other way around. 1, it has no chance in hell of getting through constitutional muster. And 10 is, hey, this is the legislature, it spoke, we're going to have our way, and it's not going to be unconstitutional. On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you say?
Representative Ward, the bill itself is not unconstitutional.
Okay.
The bill itself is not unconstitutional.
Okay.
But the bill raises constitutional issues that the counties may try and drive a truck through and try and do things. The problem is that the counties have already had the tools to take care of illegal short-term rentals, but they have refused to do that. and they have tried to do unconstitutional things. And so they have passed unconstitutional ordinances in the past, and I'm concerned that they will do so again, with this trying to enable them further. So I am concerned about that.
So Hillstra 2 is coming then?
Could be, possible. I don't know what they'll do. But there are many constitutional issues that will give rise to this bill itself.
And my question is, are they going to win or lose?
Based upon the track record, the counties have not been able to do things in a constitutional
On the
manner.
track record.
They always overreach.
Thank you, Mr. Louis, for being.
Thank you.
Chair, may I ask one other thing to, I think it's Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, what I hear you pleading, Edward Jones, is let's exempt people of a particular age and owner occupancy. Is that basically what's your case that you're making? Give you a chance to.
Rep Ward, thank you. And thank you for introducing the amendment on the floor.
I thought that was
in debate.
Victoria Ward, actually.
I'm not making a recommendation that there be an age test. What we have found, because just of the pattern of when property was purchased and everything, that the overwhelming majority of folks that are victimized by this are over 55 years old. I don't know whether you've gotten to that point yet or not, but.
I didn't know my demographic?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I didn't know the demographics of.
But what we are recommending is that if we live on the property, okay, that our primary residence is on the property, that we continue to be regulated by the state under the landlord-tenant code. And, I mean, the bottom line is this is not zoning, okay? This is renting regulation that we're talking about here today, okay? So we comply with the landlord-tenant code today. So all I'm saying is that we continue to be allowed to do that, and that the counties, for the owner-occupied case, do not have the authority to regulate our renting behavior if our primary residence is on that property.
So you say tweak it, let owner occupants be carved out of it, and let it carry on as it is?
Yes, sir. What I'm asking for is a carve out for for the case that your primary residence is on the property.
By the way, it was sad to hear that it's $200,000 just for the maintenance of your family health
That's right.
situation.
Those are checks
That's
that
a
have
burden.
to go to. I appreciate that. So those are checks that have to go to caregivers, so that I can limit my time to a little bit more than full time in caring, and then the rest of the 24 hours is covered by professional caregivers. I mean, that is just one case, as we age, where we have these additional expenses that we need to cover. So all renting a couple of rooms would accomplish is 70% of the mortgage payment. And that is great to be able to at least get that far. It's a tiny amount compared to the overall expense, but it helps. And a lot of kapuna are in these kind of situations because they have to depend on Social Security or limited retirement income.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate you.
Oh, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Hey, members, we're going to.
Yeah, I do have one.
We're done with testifiers right now. Sorry. Okay, we're going to recess for decision making. Okay, we're going to reconvene the Committee on Finance for decision-making on 3 agendas. Okay, first up, we're going to go on our 2:30 agenda. First is Senate Bill 2831 SD1. You guys want to catch up? Okay. Okay, Agenda 3, 2:30 agenda. We're in conference room 308. Today is still April 2nd. Okay. We're on Senate Bill 2831 SD1. Okay, this one, members, we're gonna redefect the effective date to the House effective date of July 1st, 3000. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2831 SD1 with amendments. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Ayu. Reservations. Representative Chun. Representative Cochran. Representative Garrett. Reservations. Representative Kahaloa. Representative Keela.
Same request, reservations, please.
Reservations. Representative Kobayashi is excused. Representative Lamasao. Reservations. Representative Morikawa. Representative Nishimoto. Representative Poi Poi. Representative Takenouchi. Representative Alcos.
Reservation.
Representative Ward.
Same request.
Okay, so just to be sure, reservations from representatives Ayu, Garrett, Keela, Lamosal, Poi Poi, Alcos, and Ward.
Sorry, can I? I'm sleepy. No, this isn't. I'm sorry. Can I?
Representative Cochran wants a no vote.
Yes.
Okay, changing it to a no vote.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chair, your recommendation is
Okay,
adopted.
thank you, members. We're just going to keep this moving and as a vehicle to make some decisions later. But anyway, okay, moving on to the next bill, Senate Bill 582 SD2. Members, this bill and the next bill, Senate Bill 3068, we're going to defer for decision-making to the end of calendar tomorrow, April 3rd, end of calendar. Moving on to the next bill, Senate Bill 2731 SD1 HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2731 SD1 HD1 as is, noting the excused absence of Representative Kobayashi, who will be noted excused for the rest of this agenda. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to Senate Bill 572 SD2 HD2. Reading, recommendation pass as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 572 SD2 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations?
No reservations.
Reservations for Representative Keela. Any additional reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on, Senate Bill 2329 SD1 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2329 SD1 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Senate Bill 2413 SD2 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2413 SD2 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on, Senate Bill 3153 SD2 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 3153 SD2 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on to Senate Bill 2289 SD2 HD2 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2289 SD2 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Senate Bill 2974 SD2 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2974 SD2 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on, Senate Bill 2497 SD2 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2497 SD2 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. We're going to be moving on to Senate Bill 2526 SD2 HD1. Okay, members, we're going to be inserting HHSC's language, and we do have prior concurrence from the subject matter committee. So with amendments, any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2526 SD2 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on to Senate Bill 3116 SD2 HD1 as is. Discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 3116 SD2 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, Senate Bill 3002 SD1 HD1. We're going to be blanking out the FTE. Any discussion? Okay, HD2.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 3002 SD1 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations from Representative Kila and Representative Lamasao. Is there additional reservations? Reservations by Representative Ayu. Any additional? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Senate Bill 2553 SD1 HD1. We're going to be moving this out as a HD2, and we're going to be putting the repeal language that's in the budget right now, but we're going to also put it in here for repealing the $25 million because this measure now changes to an opt-out provision. So the 25 incentive is no longer needed. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Chair, you said it's no longer opt-in, it's opt-out.
It's opt-out.
So you're automatically in unless you say otherwise.
That's right. Okay. Okay. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2553 SD1 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on to Senate Bill 2652 SD1 HD1 as is. Discussion? Okay, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2652 SD1 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Senate Bill 3083 SD1 HD1. We're going to be redefecting the effective date to July 1st, 3000. Any discussion? Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 3083 SD1 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on to Senate Bill 3234 SD1 HD1. We're going to be moving this to end of calendar tomorrow, July 3rd. As well as the next bill, Senate Bill 2922. We're going to be also moving that to end of calendar, as well as Senate Bill 3344. We're also going to be moving it to end of calendar on Wednesday. Thank you very much. Okay, members, we're going to move on to our next agenda, the 4 p.m. agenda. First up is Senate Bill.
Sorry, Chair. I think you accidentally said July 3rd on the deferral. So just for the
I'm
record,
sorry,
April 3rd?
April 3rd.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
April Fools.
You guys want to come back in July? We can come back.
See you July
April
3rd.
April 3rd. April 3rd, sorry. Thank you for the correction. Okay, we're going to move on to the 4 p.m. agenda, Senate Bill 2504 SD2. Recommendation is to move, we're going to redefect the effective date to July 1st, 3000. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2504 SD2 with amendments. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Ayu.
Aye.
Representative Chun. Aye. Representative Cochran.
Aye.
Representative Garrett.
Aye.
Representative Kahaloa.
Aye.
Representative Kila.
Aye.
Representative Kobayashi is excused. Representative Lamasao. Representative Morikawa. Representative Nishimoto. Representative Poi Poi. Representative Takenouchi. Representative Alcos. Representative Ward. Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on to Senate Bill 2537 SD2. We're going to be redefecting the effective date July 1st, 3000. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2537 SD2 with amendments, noting the excused absence of Representative Kobayashi, who will be noted excused for the rest of this agenda. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Senate Bill 3021 SD2 HD1 as is. Discussion.
Yeah, Chair. I
Rep.
have a
Roy.
potential conflict. I might apply for this rebate program.
Okay. And there's no conflict.
Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 3021 SD2 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Senate Bill 2322, SD1, HD1, as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2322 SD1 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Senate Bill 2513, SD2, HD1. Okay, we're going to be making a couple amendments. We're going to be blanking out the FDE and also repealing the 2050 mandate to convert. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2513 SD2 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on to Senate Bill 2518, SD2, HD1, as is. Discussion? Okay. Members, we're also going to be putting in the committee report that maybe this should be in session law instead of HRS because it is only to deal with it for a point in time. So, but we're not going to change it because subject matter should deal with that, but we're going to put that in a committee report that's the suggestion of this committee. As is, any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2518 SD2 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Reservations for Representative Poi Poi. Any additional reservations? Reservations for Representative Cochran. Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on to Senate Bill 2575 HD1, as is. Discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2575 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Senate Bill 3010 SD1 HD1. Recommendation is passed as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 3010 SD1 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Senate Bill 2285 SD2 HD2. We're going to be blanking out the FDEs and just to note, this is kind of mirroring what the Office of Wellness does, so we'll keep this moving for discussion. Okay, HD3, any discussion? Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2285 SD2 HD2 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on to Senate Bill 3126 SD1 HD1 as is. Discussion.
Chair.
Yes,
Brief
Representative Ward.
comment. This is a very necessary bill. We need to get River Island emergency service for medical purposes. My rub with it is that to have the government running it, I just don't have the confidence that it's going to work well, particularly for the amount of money that it's going to take to do it. I would prefer that it would be contracted to the private sector. And you can put guardrails on what some people said, well, we don't want people to make profit. Well, I just think the better way to go for efficiency would be let the private sector to do it.
Okay, this, that's noted. And, this is a combination of not only for EMS, for ambulance service, air ambulance, but it's also for, in some cases, for wildfire protection, for the fire departments to use and all those other things. So it's going to be in concert with that kind of, that's the intent of what we're moving forward. And I don't know if it's for that kind of purpose, if private sector would work. So I think we just need to keep this measure moving forward, further discussion.
But the track record of government.
I understand.
doing anything very well.
Yeah, I understand. Yep, thank you. Okay, as is, discussion. Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 3126 SD1 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Reservations for Representative Ward? Any additional reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. Moving on to Senate Bill 2605 SD2 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2605 SD2 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on to Senate Bill 3128 SD2 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 3128 SD2 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Senate Bill 3087 SD1 HD1 as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 3087 SD1 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. We're moving on to Senate Bill 2240 SD2 HD1. Recommendation is that we keep this moving. We'll move it as is just to see what kind of options we come up with going forward. I think it just needs to be addressed at some point. I don't know if this is the be-all, end-all, but we'll keep it moving for discussion. Yes?
In terms of value added, in terms of what we're paying for and what we get,
Mhm.
I just don't see it. And Mr. Nago going against his election board or the commissioners, it doesn't make sense unless he's trying to jeopardize his job. I just don't see the logic of it.
I understand.
So I have a no. Oh, it's only, we're not even going to vote.
Okay, we're moving it up. Okay. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2240 SD2 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Reservations for Representative Ayu? No for Representative Alcos. Are there any other reservations? No for Representative Cochran. Any other reservations other than Representative Ayu? Okay, no votes are Representative Cochran, Alcos, and Ward. Any additional no votes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Senate Bill 2520 SD2 HD1 as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2520 SD2 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Senate Bill 2913 SD1 HD2 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2913 SD1 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Senate Bill 2659 SD1 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2659 SD1 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Senate Bill 3364 SD2 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 3364 SD2 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, Senate Bill 2133 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2133 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Senate Bill 2337 SD2 HD1. We're going to be redefecting the effective date July 1st, 3000. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2337 SD2 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much, members. Moving on to Senate Bill 1170 SD2 HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 1170 SD2 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Reservations for Representative Cochran. Any additional reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to Senate Bill 2919 SD2 HD1. Recommendation, members, is we're going to redefect the effective date to July 1st, 3000. I know there's a lot of testimony. We had a lot of testimony in both directions on this one. So I'd like to keep the discussion moving forward. And so the recommendation is to redefect the effective date HD2. Any discussion?
Chair.
Representative Ward.
I will be voting no on that. I think it's only fair to give a carve-out to those owner occupants. And what I fear, if the former Attorney General is correct, we're going to go to the mattresses on this one. I mean, unless there's just a lot of barking about, hey, you were going to sue you, et cetera. I mean, this is just kind of kicking the can down the road rather than really resolving this, particularly if we can't do a carve-out. So it's going to cost us some money, some time, and probably some hardship for some particular families. Thank you.
Understand. Okay, any further discussion? Representative Ayu.
Yeah, I actually agree with the Ward amendment, but I think that's well, I hope we're not being recorded. I actually agree with the Ward amendment, but I think that is a county issue, and all we're doing is giving the counties the authority to regulate the time, place, and manner, so they can easily implement the Ward amendment if they choose to. We're just giving the counties the authority, and I think as far as the litigation is concerned, No one's going to have standing even if we pass this law because it doesn't actually affect any of their rights. So the state's not going to be sued for anything that we do here because homeowners' rights aren't going to change until the county ordinance goes into effect. So I think we'll be okay on that. So I'm going to vote yes in favor of this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion, Representative Cochran.
Thank you. And having been a council member and recalling when we had no B&Bs, no STRs, and I always was finally able to just swallow allowing bed and breakfasts due to the fact that you have the owner occupied residents there. So should there be complaints within the community, the resident will have you, someone is there directly on property to address it. Versus short-term rentals, TVRs, they could be third-party management companies doing it and no one's around to contact. They're supposed to have a number, but it doesn't always happen. So also, I mean, I'm in support of this, and I think the county really just didn't enforce. We have certain amounts. We have 88 only that's supposed to be in South Maui and 88 in West Maui, clearly way above that. So the lack of enforcement totally created this housing shortage, which has been an issue for me. And the other thing, I think Junior Nicole brought it up, is like all those hotels that were built, only Maui Surf, I believe, was the one, which is now the Westin, that built workforce housing, literal dwellings for workforce housing. County started taking cash in lieu instead of, feeling that county was gonna take the money and build. They never did. So that's another point why we don't have housing. And this does, give home rule back to county, and I think they should address it. They created this, exacerbated the shortage in housing, and they can definitely address it in whatever form they want, but zoning is their kuleana, and I believe, I support it, and we need to just toss this back to them to take care of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? Yeah, Representative Kila.
Thank you. I'm going to be voting yes on the measure, but I will preempt it by saying that it is hard to watch two sides of our local population debate against each other. But I want to reiterate that this was asked for by the counties, and the counties are the sole implementer of the measure. And as the bill moves and so should it pass, I would encourage folks to engage the county on what their plans are with the measure. So, thank you.
Discussion, Representative Alcos.
Chair, I'm going to be voting no, and I would like to see more local owners instead of outside investors to own these properties and to thrive our economy. But I'm going to vote no on that.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? Okay, Vice Chair, HD2.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2919 SD2 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Noting the no votes of Representatives Alcos and Ward, are there additional no votes? Okay, seeing none, Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you, members. We're going to move on to the final agenda. This is a decision-making only agenda. Voting on a measure that we heard on Friday, March 28th at 2 p.m. Senate Bill 2640 SD2 HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion?
Chair.
Yes.
I'm going to be voting reservations, and I just want to note, I think the intent of the measure has good purpose, but I do not want to bifurcate the department's original intent, which is to house and place Native Hawaiians a 50% blood quantum onto properties for them to live on leases of 99 years for the chance to renew their lease. I would ask that potentially in the committee report, could you note some maybe ideas to make the bill better with safeguards around 20 to 30 year periods before the consideration of a buyout on the list? And the idea of that if we can't necessarily fund construction, how are we going to fund the mechanisms to remove people off the list via funding? Please.
Okay.
In some matter.
Okay. We can so note that in the committee report.
Yeah.
To that.
The
to that
safeguards
effect.
more potentially.
Okay, thank you. The committee considers that a viable option.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion, Representative Popoy?
I'm also going to be with reservations.
I have multiple concerns, but one of them is that Chair Watson, when he testified here, I believe he mentioned that this wasn't yet vetted through the commission, and I would prefer to see this taken back and vetted through the commission and some of the beneficiary organizations and associations, and then brought back with that feedback. So with reservations.
Okay, thank you. Any further, Representative Ward?
Chair, many perceive this as kind of a buy-off, a bribe. To me, it only makes sense if you're old and the probability where you on the list of not getting it, hey, get 100,000 or whatever. I don't even know do we know what the amount is for the cash out advancement? We don't know. But, and if you're old and you're way on the list, hey, terrific. But for a policy across the board, I don't think that's too wise. So I'm with reservations also.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, it's similar to the previous bill. It's kind of just giving the commission, DHHL, the option. So, voluntary. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 2640 SD2 HD1 as is, noting the presence of all members with the absence of Representative Kobayashi and the reservations of Representative Kila, Poi Poi, and Ward. Are there additional reservations? Representative Alcos, Representative Ayu, any additional reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, we are adjourned.